And we are live on the internet, fat guy.
Internet.
Yeah. Oh, I can hear us through your screen, through your monitor. That's a good
Yeah, I
sign.
think your mic's got to go up, Chief.
My mic's got to go up. I think I'm good. I probably just wasn't talking directly into it.
Good girl. Yeah.
The levels look good. I'll turn myself up a little bit. I'll get the chat up and running.
There we go.
That sounds good. Looks good. I'm going to get the chat up.
I want to see how Damian Harris does.
He's active tonight.
He's starting. They put Michelle on IR. And Michelle has like a really minor injury, so that makes me think they're interested in Harris. I have him in the Mac Money League, and I'm kind of I was kind of predicting this, so for years I thought he was good for years, even when they first drafted him. He's from Alabama. I have a feeling like this is going to be a thing, though. Hello,
What's
JL.
going, Jackson?
Glad you could join us so quickly. Well, I think they're going to be doing a lot of like on second and third down, two running backs, Burkhead and White. That's what I would do. Oh, so obviously what I do makes sense, right?
Okay.
Do you consider going for this?
I don't think the. I just don't know if it's in the Patriots' best interest to go for it here.
I can barely hear you. I might have to turn this. Maybe I got to turn Zoom up.
Yeah, it could be.
Because I've left everything since last night the same, so I'm curious.
Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me? I think I'm coming in on the. Oh no, it should be good from my end.
Turn up Zoom then, because
That was a very Brian Hoyer first drive. Can you guys hear me? Okay, are my audio levels good?
still seem
Michigan.
quiet to me.
Okay. Michigan backhand said, in one league, I have Aaron Jones starting. In another league, I'm going against him. What do I do? You just sit back and enjoy the game.
There you go.
Jumped on Pats plus 10.5, minus 105, and Falcons plus 6. Heavy, sharp action on Falcons. I saw that, Zaps. Just going to pull that up again, too.
Should be called Fat Guy Hates the Vikings. I actually like them. I don't think you get it, Dylan. You know, just because I think that I actually think they're a point better than the public does. Everything sounds good? Okay, maybe I'm just crazy. Big Ry, you give me a test here. Sorry, I'm losing my mind.
Test, mic check.
There,
I'm peaking right now, so I'm like as high as I can go.
This is good.
Zab said everything sounds good. If Julio's not playing, I'm most likely 0-4. Oh, it would suck.
I feel like this game might. I mean, it's really early, but this kind of feels like a weird under game. Kind of like how the Chargers were able to hold the Chiefs, right? And they went to overtime.
Yeah, Falcons are down to plus 5.5.
Yeah, what was the contest? 7.5?
Let me take a look.
There might be a penalty.
The contest is 7.5.
Good line.
Your stream's definitely ahead of mine today.
Is it?
Oh, Dylan loves the Falcons at plus 7.
Yeah, plus 7. Yeah, well, 7.5 is better, Dylan. Like the con. Did you? I'm assuming you took him in the contest, Dylan. Brian Hoyer. This doesn't bode well for Jared Stidham. If you can't get on the field now, when can you?
Dylan, what doesn't make sense about the Niners being 8.5-point favorites against the Dolphins? I don't even know which side you're saying easy money for.
Man, to sign into Yahoo Fantasy, you need to be in the CIA. Jeez. I need to stave off Tyreek Hill and Aaron Rodgers to win my matchups for the money leagues. Zaps just said the best line of all time. I wish there was such a thing as easy money. Aside from the movie starring Rodney Dangerfield, I don't believe there is.
I was just taking a look. Miami plus 8 has 71% of bets. So actually a lot of people agree with you, Dylan. And
that makes it concerning.
It makes me like San Fran. I think it's a good idea to wait on the game. So it's better to see where the line moves, and hopefully there will be value then. When betting against the fat guys' picks, like someone mentioned in the comment section earlier. Yeah, fading us has been a winning proposition the first 4 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. How do they choose which fans get to go to the game? Is it just season ticket holders then, or?
I'm not sure.
This is like a weird flea flicker almost, but a double reverse. Okay. I thought there was something else coming at the end of that play.
That was a nice block from Hoyer.
Well, Jackson, you could get a middle, pal. Oh, math says I'll bounce back, Dylan. I hope we just want to
finish
finish like 53% for the year, which is a tall task considering how far back we are. So. Saturday though, the Saturday videos though are of maximum value though in comparison, because realistically we're just looking at like almost look ahead lines, like really fresh lines. So it's more opinion. The pick video, right? It's a wider net. The value video is gonna come out on Saturday. Harris is going to get the ugliest gains. I love it. Oh, Jerry DeVito, Dylan. Yeah, I had to make a post about it. He's telling us all of his picks. I'm like, just sign up for the contest. Yeah. Oh, of course, Jackson. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, it's only worth a middle if you're gonna get like, 6.5, 8.5, right? But that's such a sweeping movement, right? The one thing is though is there's only probably 1,000 bets. I don't have it in front of me today. I mean, that it's possible because it'll hit around 9,000 by kickoff. So, I mean, the public could sway it by then.
The money percentages actually for a lot of games next week aren't out, and I think I feel like the books are actually hesitant to take bets right now with all the COVID concerns, because lines they can sway way too much. Like if starting quarterbacks are picking up COVID halfway through the week.
They've moved more in these first few weeks than I can ever remember. I think so too, Dylan. But like I said, the Texans game almost seems too good to be true. I don't understand why they're 7-point favorites. The Titans line already moved, Dylan. Titans are plus 3.5. Yes, Titans are plus 3.5. So it moved 4 points. So it's a good line to take the Bills on our contest line. I think I had mentioned that though. A lot of books didn't offer though, Dylan. So it's just a contest. Yeah, Jackson. That's the interesting thing because I want to. Has that swayed the firing
Texans
of Bill O'Brien?
Bob?
Yeah, like an hour ago, Big Ry.
Yeah, I didn't catch that news yet.
Has it switched the line though? That's what I want to see. I'm gonna pop up old Action Network here.
Romeo Crennel is the interim coach.
Which for like what, the 10th time?
Bill O'Brien was 25-1 to be the first coach fired. He wasn't seeing eye to eye with the EVP / character coach Jack Easterby.
Yeah, they took the Bills Titans off the board, Dylan. It was 3.5 though. Bills minus 3.5. So people felt the same way that we did. It moved down a point. You can get the Texans are 6-point favorites at the least and 6.5 at the most. So that's already shifted, Dylan. Okay, there is a massive middling opportunity. Massive. I would do it for max money if I had either of these accounts. So at William Hill, New Jersey, and at DraftKings, New Jersey. At William Hill, you can take Denver plus 11, and at DraftKings, you can take the Patriots minus 5. If anyone has money in their account, cut it in half and max bet on both sides. Or cut it in half and bet half on each team if you have 2 accounts. That is the biggest middling play I have ever seen.
Hey,
ever.
Mickey.
Jackson, Mickey, you see this? 2 sportsbooks in New Jersey. One has Patriots -5, and the other one has Patriots -11 against Denver next week. I have a friend in New Jersey. I got to text him.
It looks like it might be an entry error.
Is it an entry error?
That's what I got it. That's my feeling on it. If like there's 6 points between those two lines.
I'm texting my friend to do it, so he's gonna let me know. He lives in New Jersey, so.
Since 2008, the Chiefs have scored a touchdown on 50% of their drives that start with inside their own 10-yard line. That's a crazy statistic.
Like printing money, if this is true. Sorry, guys, I took my eyes off the game because it's, I don't know. I want this fantasy to be lived. Just leave it on the ground. You know who's been as advertised? Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And this is his rookie season, right?
He's played excellent, yeah.
He's going to get good, I think. Wow. Just so easy. Tony Romo was pointing out that he led him with that pass. It's so true, letting him know that, like, don't turn around, you're going to get popped.
Kelce averaging 5.2 receptions per game is pretty impressive for a tight end.
Unbelievable. Would that break Zach Ertz's record?
I'm not sure.
Moisture.
Ertz has played 110 games and has 544 receptions, so just a smidge.
He has a record for tight end receptions in a season. B.O.B. needs a J.O.B.
That's got to be disappointing. I think the Texans franchise thought they would be doing a lot better than 0-4 to start this year, even with their tough schedule. So the firing makes sense. It's a shame that they gave him so much autonomy to do what he wanted before that.
That was like when Hugh Jackson was an interim general manager after Al Davis died for the Raiders. That was brutal. I'm doing a little math here. Zach Ertz was averaging 6.9 receptions a game during his record-setting year. That's crazy.
For his career, he's like 5.1, so he's just behind Kelce, who's at 5.3 essentially.
Oh, this year? I didn't think he was that high.
For his career.
Oh, career. Okay.
But it sounds like Ertz has probably had the better season. If you had to break down every season.
Oh, Eric Bieniemy was a running back. I didn't know that. Second round pick.
2nd and 14 for the Chiefs.
Oh my goodness. Great play by 51, by the way. That was a good job. Good job, man. Is that Patriots defense coached well? That better not be a flag. Please. Oh,
that was the nicest way McCourty could have tackled him.
Yeah.
And this is why that sucks. Is like Mahomes literally came to a stop on the sideline. Like he tried to bait him into taking that. That should almost be a flag against a quarterback if they're trying to.
It's like for instigating a hit.
Well, like, because the offensive player has the ability to cut back as the quarterback. Because if you rock him like you're supposed to, he would never cut back. But a guy can't come in and rock you, so he can literally stand on the sideline and decide whether he wants to cut back or not.
Mickey, he was a Heisman Trophy finalist. That's still very impressive. I didn't know that about Eric Bieniemy. I always thought he was a decent coach. I don't think Eric Bieniemy is going to be. I was talking about this with some other friends. There's probably going to be 6 or 7 firings this year. He's going to be a hot one. Him and Dave Tube out of the Chiefs. I don't know if I would do it if I were him. I would just have such a good job, right? And you have job security with the Chiefs. Yeah, it's not a perfect strategy, but it's really the best thing that there is. The coverages are a little bit interesting though. They mix zone and man pretty well. The Pats, and they're a little bit confusing, but I don't know. Mahomes just creates so much time for himself, and he can throw at weird angles. I don't know, unless you get him on his ass, I don't know how you beat him. Like, what teams are really, like, not cover wise, like kryptonite wise, what teams should have success against the Chiefs? I'm just trying to think of the best pass rushing teams, and I guess San Fran really is it. I mean, not now,
Pittsburgh.
but Pittsburgh perhaps. There's no amazing pass rush team, eh?
The league's just become so offensive that it's tough. It's tough to pin your ears back for 80 snaps and 50 dropbacks.
Yep. Against a guy that... Oh, there you go. There's an interception, a bad one.
Well, it's especially hard when you got to play so flawlessly. And the Patriots are just not going to get that right now.
Tennessee, in theory, could be a tough one, but they got to get a run, a proper run. Man, 75 ran his ass off, the lineman.
It was not an easy place to make a throw for Hoyer. Hoyer the voyeur.
It's gonna be tough. Like, you got to sustain drives. You can't. This defense is gonna break pretty quick here. Oh my! That almost worked.
The Pats have been able to get through.
They're not even built for this. So the Pats don't have a strong pass rush.
Well, like, schematically, they might be able to get it done.
Yeah,
I haven't been focusing on it, but I'm definitely going to focus on it in the second quarter to see what's happening. I'm going to take a few minutes and just grab some food. Have an early dinner.
You're not allowed to eat on stream, Big Rye. I thought we all agreed on that. See, I'm a professional, guys. I ate before stream. Off when you did it. Then I put it back on and fell off again. No, we both failed. Taking a look at this roster. John Simon, Chase Winovich at D tackle, Lawrence. This is pretty thin as far as pass rushers on the Patriots. Jawan Bentley. Oh, this roster is so thin. Dietrich Wise. I mean, those are guys that were healthy scratches last year. This defense is thrown together. I don't know how he does it every year. I really don't. Coaching. I always say it every year, but it's just on another level. It might be exhibitionism. Yeah, I think you're right, Mickey, but it I don't know. It's going to make it difficult. It's going to hurt the product. Let's put it that way. Hold on, Zaps. Hold on to that. That's a fumble. Pats had to have got that. Yes. Good job, boys. All right. Yeah, I think Jackson's got the right idea. Maybe leg hair, maybe toe hair. Gross. Yeah, Olive Garden does suck, Mickey. This cat thing's hilarious. She likes me more than anybody else. And I don't touch her. I just give her treats from time to time. And I think that's got to be it. Sammy Watkins with the fumble here. There was a good scramble for that ball. And it looks like J.C. Jackson got it. Wrestled it from Robinson, number 11. Wow, what a play. Oh, that was a punch move from Gilmore. Oh, yes. I love that kind of stuff. I think the second busiest Olive Garden is like half an hour from where I live. Oddly enough, there's only one, and it is so busy. Someone told me it was the second busiest one, aside from New York, Times Square. And I'm curious to see if that's actually true.
How did the Pats get the ball back, or did they already kick the field goal?
Quickest play ever. Watkins turned and tried to make a move, and Gilmore blindsided him and punched the ball out.
Nice. Hey, what's going on, Sam? How you doing?
Looks like I'm on the other side as usual. Yeah. That was good defense. Oh, my stream crapped out, and there's a wow.
Yeah, me too.
No. Whatever play this is, I missed it, and I'm upset about it. That's not even that much. It's like $600 still. Oh, I guess if it's free.
I think that was the wow play I just saw.
I would say no. Donnie. What a play. Hold on, I just saw this finally. No, I don't, Donnie. It's there's got to be value on oh, and he got hit too. Donnie, I think Mahomes is still the guy. Even though Dak has probably had what, I'm going to guess 15 more points, maybe 25 over the 4 weeks. Right, not including this game, of course. Which one do you have, Donnie? Do you have Dak or Mahomes? There you go. See, Jackson's negotiating. This is how it works, Dylan. You don't just yell at the screen. Yeah, the problem with it, Donnie, is the only way you can actually be pissed, like within reason. I've ran into this a billion times. Is if there's legitimate collusion. If one guy's making a bad trade, and it's okay. Hold on, I got to rephrase that. If there's collusion, one, or if someone's choosing a winner, because I've had this argument. Any guy can make a bad trade, but if someone did an obscene trade in a league I was in, and I didn't like the guy they got traded to, and they wouldn't veto it. So my thing is that I traded my 2 best players for 2 waiver wire pickups to my other friend, and then he ended up winning, and then it caused this huge shitstorm. So there is that, but I don't think that trade is lopsided enough. It's like a bad trade. It's like an A for a B, but it's not horrendous. I don't think it's vetoable. I don't think it is. It's an annoyance though. I would pick on the guy who traded Mahomes though. That would be my next play. Well, Dak was a top 5 fantasy player, Mickey. Dak won a lot of leagues for Big Ryan and I. Like we competed and finished very high because Big Ryan and I on every league, one of us drafted Dak in the 14th or 16th round, 14th or 16th, and he was a top 5 player. So I could see Dak's probably first in fantasy. That would be my guess right now, barring a Mahomes blow up on this game. We got a ruling. Yeah, Dak's the #1 point generator player in fantasy right now, Mickey. Mahomes is 6, but Mahomes hasn't played this game yet. So, like I said, he's probably going to be 15 points behind Dak after this game would be my guess. Perhaps even 25, pending on touchdowns. Russell Wilson in 2nd, Allen in 3rd, Murray in 4th. Brady is in 6th, rather. Mahomes is in 7th. I didn't think that. It must have had a big game. Oh, yeah, 5 touchdowns. That'll do it. That's a flag. That is a complete flag. Fantastic. More yards for the Pats. Let's do it. He's Guns and Arrows, Mickey. He's in our fantasy. I don't know if he's in your league, though. He jumps on here from time to time. Grinder is an app where people look to meet each other. Generally males. I still consider that a flag. He threw him down after he stepped out of bounds. OU to 41. I would be nervous, Donnie. Don't tease. Hoyer's going to get a chance at redemption here. Just like I like to tease. Great run, Rex. And good ball security. Did you start Rex, Mickey? Because I want to see what happens at the goal line. The Patriots haven't been there yet. But, I mean, I don't know. Is it going to be him or Harris, or is it going to be both? Dylan, I'm from Vancouver. I don't know if you know where that is or what it's like here. That kind of stuff is very prevalent, let's put it.
Fat guy, I just figured out that I like my women just like I like my fats. Trans.
Big chair in the fat guy. I haven't noticed. Oh, it's just the camera of. Oh, I see it now. Oh, now I see his stupid face. Yeah. That chair was actually, that's my chair he's using. It's a jerk. He should get his own. He did buy it for me. It was a gift. But either way, he's Indian giving. That chair is meant to hold up to 400-pound individuals. So I got lots of leeway on it. Mickey, that's pretty rare, just so you know.
Welcome, Donnie.
Very rare. The average is like in what are we doing, 12-team leagues? The average is like 88. Well, it looks like we got a field goal coming up here. The ghost of Gostowski coming for a try.
he's got to do a better job of selling up field.
Nick Folk, can you believe it? It's good. 6-3 Pats. Pats covering any line.
Some mukbang.
If you guys think that's annoying, you should see him play Madden. Big Rye is the most annoying Madden player. I'm annoying, but Big Rye takes the clock down to the last 3 seconds every play, and he runs it 4 times. It's brutal.
Jackson, I'll be watching both games. Do you remember we did the one video where you ate the entire time?
Yeah, it didn't go over well.
I don't think anyone said anything about it either.
No, one guy said, boys, we can do better. This is cringe, and he was right. There is one way to get under Big Rye's skin, though. There's a secret to it. His favorite game is Mario Tennis 64, and he's not that good at it. He's good, but he's not that good. I'm amazing at that game, so I can bust his soul in an afternoon. But you have to get him to play it, though. Anything else won't do anything. Losing money, losing a bet won't do anything. You have to beat him handily and not say a word in Mario Tennis 64. Oh, yeah, I for sure ate a whole pizza that time. For sure. I ate 2 Panormus once. That's the most I ever ate in my life. And I was dead for like a whole day. It was like kind of like when an anaconda eats too much and like a giant deer and it just has to just lay there. That's what I was like for a whole day. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Evolution go in reverse? I guess so. That Donnie, that would be really funny. That would be really great. Maybe we could get some of the viewers, have them over at Fat Guy's house.
That would be fun.
That would be hilarious.
A guilty pleasure of mine and also the Fat Guy is there's a guy on YouTube named Fred Kasika.
Yes.
And he does football picks, and his videos only get like 20 views, and I don't know how because his show is hilarious. The introduction is on point. The music is awesome. He's got some chick with huge tits jumping around in the intro. He's awesome.
It's unintentionally funny. Fred Kasika. All right. Anyways, back to it. We got a touchback here. Wow, look at this formation. Yeah, absolutely. But you could definitely get some maple syrup. You're not going to see any moose though around here. I gotta be real. Banff is where the moose live.
Yeah, Jasper.
Yeah, Jasper as well. Dylan, do you honestly think laying 8 points is good in this Saints game? Oh, no problem. You got it.
I'm going to find a link to one of the videos.
You're going to laugh, Mickey. It's hilarious.
It's Fred's Pro Football Picks. It's a show based out of, where are they, in New Jersey? New York? Somewhere. Oh, they haven't done picks the last few weeks.
Maybe he's shutting down the studio like P. Diddy. Well, Dylan wanted to bet me $1,000 that he was going to come first in the contest. He's not even in the same stratosphere. Hey, you backed out of that bet, Dylan. What do I got to get something. You're in 18th, bud. No. Oh, that's week 4. You're not even in the top 25. Dylan's gonna go blow Fred up. I think he's just gonna blow Fred, to be honest. This under is looking great. Should be Saints -10. Okay, at least you're being somewhat reasonable. I still think that's crazy, Dylan. Like I said, it should be Saints -6.5, Saints -6, in my opinion. I could be wrong here. That's a hit. Fantastic.
Third and 4 for the Chiefs.
Did you get it? Yes! Yes! Why are they blowing it dead?
Oh, I think that's why Zap said never mind. They probably blew it dead as a sack. Are you kidding me with that shit?
They do that all the time.
I'll be back in just a minute.
How are they getting so much pressure? I can't believe... What a rob. What a robbery. What a robbery, man. They do this all the time. What? They just called it... Oh my goodness. Are they joking? That's not even a turnover? Oh my goodness. That is one... That's what... watch. I think Belichick's prepared to get fined at this presser because that was brutal. Why do referees blow everything dead all the time? There's so many fumbles that happens. He was so mad that he made a coaching error, Jackson. When's the last time you saw that? I mean, I've seen a couple weird ones like Mr. Magoo, Tom Coughlin couldn't pull a challenge flag out of his sock. I've seen that, but not Belichick have a brain fumble because of anger.
Did they call it a? Did they call it a sack or an incomplete pass?
Incomplete pass. That was a sack fumble return for a touchdown. That's what almost.
I didn't think the ball touched. I didn't think the ball touched the ground.
It didn't.
So how can it be called an incomplete pass?
It can't, Big Rye.
So are they challenging this?
No, they punted really fast. It's just straight ineptitude, complete ineptitude on the referees. That was so brutal. That's the worst call since the... I'm trying to think here. Fail Mary?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm confused too, Mickey. Not as confused as Dylan, clearly. That was brutal.
That was weird.
I'm honestly trying to figure out a better example of a referee ineptitude. It failed Mary for me, and then that. There's been a couple fumbles that got blown down, but Well, your buddy made what's called a financial no-no, but I mean, if he enjoyed it and he has the money to spend, I guess that's up to him. That's a lot of money. Mind you, Dylan's young, Mickey, so I mean, that's all the money he had, and he just spent it on it. It's kind of the thing you do when you're 19, 20, or whatever.
Were farm animals involved?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's what.
What's Gene staying or saying?
It didn't even hit the ground. That was so brutal. I'm agreeing with Zaps. Refs do have Chiefs as their last leg of a huge parlay. That was bad, man. That was straight bad. There's a guy I miss. He's doing the rules analysis. Mean Gene Steratore, one of my favorite referees. In soccer, there was a better referee, Pier Luigi Collina. Other than that, it's got to be Mean Gene for me. God, this is so. I'm so annoyed.
Dylan's more of a Dick Bavetta fan.
Dick Bavetta.
I want to know where Bill got this mask.
He's gonna lose his mind in the. I really want to see the presser for the first time ever. I'm interested in a presser from Bill Belichick.
He's not going to give anything.
You think you? I don't know. I think he's gonna blow his top, Big Rye.
I don't.
You think he'll keep it calm?
Yep.
I think this is the one. The vein popped, pal. The vein popped. That being said, I'm gonna give him credit here. So far, is this not one of the better coached Patriots games?
That's hard to say. They've played well.
They have a Big Rye. Look at their roster. Just look at it. Look at our lads. It's horrible.
Yeah, but the more I watch football, the more I could care less about what the rosters are. Coaching plays such a huge, pivotal role in all these games.
They're playing one of the best teams of the last 20 years. And they're going toe-to-toe. I almost hope they lose, and I kind of want to take futures on the Pats.
That's unbelievable. It's their first offensive penalty of the season.
That's what I mean. And you know what? You know what's another thing? He did it with no preseason. This guy is unreal, man. It's unbelievable. Nice. They get the first down. I'm really rooting for the Pats this game.
I think you're a bit behind me now. I keep switching back and forth to different streams to seeing what's the quickest.
It's not on TV, so I'm streaming it.
What's the kickoff time for the next game? Starts in like About 45
9
minutes.
points in the first half so far. 2-minute warning abound.
Coach him up. At 9 Eastern, thanks, Mickey. I wasn't sure what they changed it to. I would like for these games to not be stacked on each other, but I guess they don't have a choice.
Fear the Bear. Let's go, baby. It's a glorious day in Texans history. Bet Jackson's feeling that way, too.
Hey, Fear.
Nick Sock coach him up.
Yeah. I actually did 3 units on the Falcons. Unfortunately, I got them at 5.5. But very strong market factors pointing towards the Falcons. Texans need to break the bank for Bieniemy right now.
I don't know if I would go for it. He's he's a coordinator. I don't know if he's a head coach. He could be excellent, but he's in a good spot. We were talking about that earlier. I think he should stick. He's got the best job in the world, I think. OC for the Chiefs? Woo!
I don't think he's going to leave until at least the offseason, if he does leave.
Oh, yeah, of course. He's not going to leave midseason. They got a championship on the midst, perhaps.
Plus 11 looking strong, and Jackson is so happy that Bob's gone. He really pissed off the fan base, that's for sure.
You know they have the least amount of salary? They have the highest salary cap?
So they have like the least amount of cap room?
Yeah.
That's why it's so bad. Like, he was doing everything they could to win, and this is where they got them.
They don't have a first or second round pick next year? There you go. Lincoln Riley. I'd be putting if I was going to go all in, that's probably where I'd go.
Is he the coach for Oregon?
No. It's for Oklahoma, I believe.
I just love watching teams run the football and then run the football. Not sarcasm, I actually do. The fat guy and I are the exact same way. I just hope we clean house Jackson. It's long overdue.
They need to get they need a strong GM first, because there's a lot of mess to clean up in Houston. Like, there's a lot of bad contracts in Houston.
It's gonna take a few years.
No, it might take 5. They might have to get rid of Watson. That's how bad it would be, in my opinion. Yeah, he coached Baker and Kyler. Agreed.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna mention that, Big Ryman. Wait, did Baker win the Heisman? Am I losing my mind? I know Kyler did. Baker didn't win the Heisman, did he? He did win in 2017, yeah. I thought he was just a finalist for some reason. The only reason about that, Jackson, is it's to me, it's almost like you're that bad. It's a fresh start. Because sorry, I got to get into this. Watson is good enough that he'll prevent you from getting high draft picks almost. So Watson is gonna almost keep you mediocre. This is just a theory in my head. It's it's almost detrimental, right? Like you can't be that bad under because of him, right? And I think he has tremendous trade value. He really does. Because think about a team like let me think of a good example here. I'm trying to think of a team where he would put him over. Okay, Indianapolis, that would be one.
Even a team like the Browns, I feel like they would be a lot better with him than Mayfield.
The Raiders, the Bears.
The Bears. Yeah, I was just gonna say the Bears.
The Bears for sure. Who else? Yeah, those are the teams coming to mind. He might put you in contention. You know what I mean? Like that's how big of a gap is. Those are the only three teams I can see now that I'm looking. But think about that. If one of those teams makes a deal, yeah, Colts, exactly like I had mentioned. Colts, Bears, Raiders, those teams become. I think they're elevated to top 8 with a and the Raiders make the most sense to me. Is you'd send Carr and a bunch of draft picks, which the Raiders have. The Bears don't have the draft capital to do it. Colts do. It'd be Colts or the Raiders. Yeah, I know he's their whole future, but I mean, I think it just keeps you in mediocrity because he'll elevate a bad group, right? Unless you sign him for a ton of money and trade away other assets. But I don't know any other assets the Texans have. They don't.
See, I agree with Jackson. I would hold on to Watson no matter what. And if they finish 6-10, 7-9, so be it. Like, you can still build. Like, you don't need to have first overall picks because they already got the quarterback. It's really about filling all the other positions, and coaching's going to make a huge difference there. That team might not even be that bad. They just that's terrible. Oh man. That was a complete brain fart. Fear said they will never get rid of Watson. He is the first true quarterback in the franchise. Carr sadly was set up to fail, and Schaub was a system quarterback with Kubiak. Anything said, hope my pick is changed. Zap says, good God. Dylan says, no wonder Fat Guy always bets against the Saints. He must have traded a few chromosomes for a Big Mac.
Why? I didn't know they were currency, Dylan. Otherwise, I would have. Big Macs are a below average sandwich, though. That was a brutal ending, and that's very unpatriot-like. But that's because they, I don't want to blame Brian Hoyer, but I am going to. So those are 2 bad plays in a row. Should really be 6-6. And they got robbed, too, on that other play. I don't know. I'm still confident in the Patriots. I think they're playing well. Big Rye, the thing I just dream about getting a quarterback with a rookie deal, right? Because that's really where you should be winning. Yeah, the Big Mac has the sauce. The worst part of the Big Mac is the lettuce is like styrofoam. I don't know where McDonald's gets their produce, but I can't imagine it's good.
My wife always buys like a little Mac.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Big Rye?
She gets some special one where you can get like a smaller burger with all the Big Mac stuff on it for cheaper.
Oh yeah, it's you say like a Mac.
Yeah.
When you order like a McDouble.
I feel like the NFL really lost out on an opportunity of having this game start at halftime.
Yeah, that'd make more sense. So now he's a voyeur and an explorer, multitasking. He's like a perverted Captain Cook. I have an American stream for once, and these commercials are way more satisfying to me. I was bartending a few years ago, and up here, a DVR is called a PVR, and I called it a PVR, and they all laughed at me. And I thought, I'm like, really? It's just one letter off. Like, and don't Americans know? We can ask the audience. You guys know that Canadians are just a little weird, right? Like everything in Canada is just a little weird. If you've been there, you know. We have ketchup chips. Who does that?
Ketchup chips are excellent.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, Big Rye, it's a Canadian thing, right? That and all dressed.
See, all dressed is something that Dylan can't get behind.
No, how could he?
Well,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the I don't know what the back flap's doing, but a little weird. It's a lot of weird. Yeah, it's Canada. Nothing makes sense. I'm so used to Canada though. Like I feel that way about the States, but then I think about it, I'm like, no, I'm the weird one. I'm definitely the weird one. At least you admit it. I've been to Canada once, but the tourist attraction Niagara Falls. Yeah. Our money is weird. How we speak is weird.
New do to boot it.
We don't say A enough though. I think Big Rye. We're hurting there. Poutine or
poutine.
What's poutine? That's or and it's really only good in like I've only had it and I've enjoyed it in Montreal. There's one place in Vancouver.
With Eckler out, Kelly's going to get opportunity. He's probably not going to be. I wouldn't say he's going to tear it up, but he's going to get opportunity.
No, Mickey. I took French in university for one semester and it didn't go well. I was not good at it.
Hoyer cashes his 3 unit play on Chiefs first half money line. That's pretty good. French fries are amazing. Yeah. Do either you speak French? No, we're Western Canadian, so it doesn't.
I'd mentioned. Yeah, we took it in school though. It's kind of a requirement to get in university too. So and I took it for one semester in university. Like I said, didn't go well. Yeah, Jackson. I have lots of family in rural BC. It's rad. It is rad. It's hard.
Rural BC.
BC's like Alberta. The nicest province.
Yeah, very very nice places.
I might venture to say BC's nicer than anywhere in America.
Well, that's the reason why it's called beautiful British Columbia.
Yeah.
And Vancouver.
Oh, you did, Donnie? There's a couple places.
One of the nicest cities in the world.
Yes, you do call it college, Mickey. There's a place called Fritz's in Vancouver. That'll get it done, Donnie. But there's very few that do it right. This oh jeez, how did he take this sack?
If you really want good poutine, there's 2 places in Sturgeon Falls, Ontario. That's a shout out. I would definitely recommend going there. One's better than the other. They're across from the street from each other. So worst case is you pick the wrong one. You just go across the street. Apparently the poutine there is to die for. 6+ seasons for Bill O'Brien. What did he finish record-wise?
He'd be a slight winner, Big Rye.
So he's only coached. He's 52-48, 52% winning percentage.
Yeah, small winner.
And he went 11-5 and 10-6 the past 2 seasons.
Yeah. Is Vancouver on the Puget Sound? I don't think so. I think that's just on the Washington side.
Seattle.
I'm pretty sure it's that's just Washington.
Puget Sound's.
Yeah, Tacoma. Yeah, no, we're slightly north of that.
Bob's definitely going to get another chance. I just don't think he should get any more chances as a GM.
I can't remember what positional coach he was.
He was the. It says here offensive coordinator in New England. Let me
Yeah.
just double check. He was the offensive coordinator 2011. He was the head coach in Penn State 2012-2013. He was the quarterbacks coach in New England for 2009-2010. Before that, he was a wide receivers coach, offensive assistant. He was the offensive coordinator at Duke as well as quarterbacks coach, running backs coach in Maryland. So very, very offensive heavy. He spent 1 year as an inside linebackers coach back in 1994. Live line is Pats plus 7.5. That's true, Dylan. Your farts do have way more talent than I do. I haven't seen that clip, Jackson.
Dylan getting the heave ho from Donnie. Moneyline
Bill O'Brien, and I'm watching this video of them yelling at each other, and Bill O'Brien's yelling at Brady, and you can see Brady say, "No shit, I know he was open." So Bill O'Brien's like, throw him the ball, and he's like, "Yeah, I know, I get it."
Well, that must be redundant telling Tom stuff. Like if you know, like telling someone like Tom Brady, "Oh, you made a mistake," like as if he doesn't know. You know what? I always liked Tom Brady over Peyton Manning, and I'm starting to. I always thought like, why am I such a homer in that way? And I remember why now is I felt like Manning was selfish and would try and like pass the ball more than needed, whereas Brady was more like, I'll just do whatever to win. Yeah, Zaps, it is tempting. 390 is a nice price. You know, you're tempting my beak too. That's Ixox poses an interesting comment. Will be a fade the rest of the season. I don't know. Maybe
I
this
don't
week
think
for
so.
sure. There's gonna be there might be some underdog spots so that are really good for the Texans.
It might be like that Ewing theory where it's like they lose Bill O'Brien and they actually start playing harder and better. It'll be interesting to see. That line's come down to 6.5. It's just a weird time right now for football lines. they come out and play like dog shit next week, everyone's going to be betting against them. And then I think there's value in taking them. If they come out next week and play like lights out and they win by 30, then I think everyone's going to be on them. I don't have the Texans schedule in front of me. Let me pull it up.
So Jackson's got a really good point. Yeah. Like you rarely, like ATS is something where you rarely go worse than like 5-11 is so unlikely to go ATS.
Well, the lines adjust. Like right now, they're 6.5 point favorites. 40% of bettors are on the Texans, but there's no money percentage. And let's see, there's only 450 bets. I feel like books are hesitant to take bets right now because there's not as much data as there usually is at this point.
My buddy went on DraftKings. Give you guys a heads up to do that middle, and they took it down. So they're not offering Denver, New England right now.
Oh, the half's back on. Chiefs are kicking off. Pats receive. And we have still 27 minutes until the next game starts. Where there's Falcons have been bet down to 5 now. So there's a lot of sharps coming in really hard on the Falcons today. And so Falcons, it's a great opportunity. You've missed out on the line, but that's part of why I like it as a market 3-unit play. I know the fat guy would much rather have it at 7.5.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Zapp's DraftKings has the weirdest. My friend shows me these boost things, like getting plus 150 on spread bets, like just crazy. They have the weirdest promotions. Man, I like that Harris run. It's ugly, but it's grotesque but beautiful. It's an oxymoron.
These Pats receivers aren't getting much separation.
They're not very good, Big Rye.
Yeah.
They've been really Patty Power for the win. Oh, yeah, Jackson, you get to do Patty Power. Living in Ireland.
We used to be on Ladbrokes until they stopped taking.
Yeah, we used Canadians. To. Ladbrokes was great. And then they cut off Canadian action.
That was such a piss off that year because they cut off action halfway through the year and canceled all our futures,
which were more likely in the positive range. I didn't count it up after because it didn't matter. Why didn't they just run it 3 times? Are all the Pats receivers free? I never heard of them. And Keel Harry is a first-round pick. I think Arizona State. Julian Edelman is Julian Edelman. I'm sure you know him. And then the other one is Demir Bird, who is like a
special teamer.
Special teamer. He was like a 5th-round pick on, 5th receiver on Carolina for a couple of years, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It's not a strong group, that's for sure.
I want to see Justin Bethel signaling like it touched the Chiefs player. It definitely went through their legs. I don't know if it touched them, though. Oh, it touched. If the Pats get a challenge in, this is going to be...
I'm 15 seconds behind you guys. Holy.
Are the Pats not challenging this? Oh, my goodness. They didn't challenge that. They would have had the ball at the 12-yard line.
Pats could be winning this game.
Yeah, Jackson. I always love like the Paddy Power and Ladbrokes ads whenever I'm watching like UFC streams from Europe. I find their commercials hilarious.
There were 2 challenges missed by Belichick in this game. Bizarre. This is bizarre.
I don't get it too because they're too like they would have made a huge difference if they challenged.
New England be winning this
plays.
game. New England could be up in this game like 13. You know? This is crazy.
This is their 3rd game without a first half touchdown under Mahomes, and all 3 games were versus the Pats.
Oh. IQ less than their shoe size. Classic. Wow, they probably used the right there, Dylan. I got to be honest. Josh Allen, the fix is in. Hey, congratulations on your win against the Raiders on the weekend.
I just don't get why the Pats didn't challenge either one.
I can understand the first one. He was angry, and it just like he thought that they had got the turnover regardless.
MVP candidate has entered the chat.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I want to know
who is the MVP Pats, right now.
I want to know it's Russell Wilson. I want to know what I want to know what the Pats are doing on defense that other teams can't replicate against the Chiefs. Dylan still says Alvin Kamara. He's my
want to make a bet, Dylan,
because he's having MVP performances week after week. Put him in the conversation. This Pats coverage is excellent. Mahomes had all day to throw there, but all of his options were crappy before the check down. I just don't understand what they're doing that other teams can't do.
Because talent-wise, this is not a good defense. Talent-wise.
It looked like he had Kelsey on his initial break, but he waited to throw it, and it got tipped late.
Which stream are you using? I'm so far behind. I want to catch up.
I'm using Top Streamer. It's like the 8th one down or something like that.
Yeah, I see it.
I've been getting more spam emails lately, and I just got one for insurance, which is always good.
That's one of the ones you like.
Dylan, will Taysom Hill be the starter next year? Oh, that's a hot topic. Fear's bringing up the hard-hitting questions here, Dylan. Yeah, New England had the most people opt out by far.
Yeah, I have it in front of me. Just give me 1 sec. Brandon Bolden, Marquise Lee, Marcus Cannon, Donta Hightower. Those are 4 starter. Not Brandon Bolden.
I think 7 out of the 8 were starters, or however many there are. There was only one that was.
Dan Vitale, he was a fullback, so whatever. Matt Lacoste, he was their starting tight end. Patrick Chung. And Najee Turan, he's the only guy I don't know. Let me see here.
I think Turan's a backup lineman.
Yeah, that's what he is. And then Cam Newton has the virus. Another backup lineman is on IR. David Andrews is on IR. And Bo Allen is on IR. Bo Allen, the defensive lineman as well. I feel like there's. Go ahead.
Well, people are Dylan's calling for Jameis Winston to be the starter if Breeze leaves, and Jackson says Jameis will break his own interception record, and Mickey Hill actually believes that Peyton can coach up Winston. And Winston's an interesting player because he actually has a very, very high ceiling. Like, if 3 years from now you told me Jameis Winston was the MVP, I'd be surprised, but at the same time, like, he has the potential to do it.
Yes. That's the. Winston's a guy that I realized I should stop taking a dog spreads and just taking money line, because you'd be hard pressed to find a guy who isn't capable of winning as an underdog more than Jameis Winston. Like, because he's just gonna throw everything in. He's wilder than Ryan Fitzpatrick in the peak of his wildness, of his wild streak.
Jameis Winston should have won Defensive Player of the Year last season. Think about all those game-saving tackles he made. That's pretty good.
That's a funny one, Zaps.
That is good, Zaps. Winston's crazier than a run-over dog, though. You're right, Mickey. Like, he loves them crab legs. Fear knows.
What time are you on, Big Rye?
10:36.
All right, we're in the same.
Just got a Burkhead run up the middle. Stop for a loss of 1. It's going to be 3rd and medium for the Pats.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know which iteration. Maybe injured Cam Newton.
Yeah. Oh, I got a feeling we might see a run pass option here where Hoyer keeps the ball. That's my guess.
An RPO, yeah. RPO keeper.
Oh, no, he just drops back. He puts the move on.
He got it.
Holy smokes.
You made fun of him, and look what happened.
Well,
commentator's curse. Joke's on you, Big Rye.
That's why Zap said while you're looking like Cam Newton. It was a precursor.
All right. Oh, we're way behind then, eh? Standard Canadian.
We're extra behind today because we got a stream, so the stream's usually like a minute or 2 behind. Okay, Mickey. Check them lines out. I like the value on the Falcons. It sucks that they're at 5 now. Second and 10 for the Pats. I was going to say,
did Matthew play for the Texans? And he did.
Tyrann Mathieu?
Yeah, 1 year. He's a solid player.
It's going to be 3rd and 6 for the Pats. Unfortunately, I did not, Jackson.
No, you got it, Jackson? Oh, yeah, right on. Now I'm extra rooting for that.
That's awesome, too, because you got 2 key numbers at 6 and 7. Like, that's really nice.
How do you do that?
Dylan, a middle is when you bet the Packers -5.5. And the Falcons +7.5. And now if the Packers win by 6 or by 7, Jackson would win both bets.
However, though, the chances are he's going to win one, lose one. So he's going to risk about 121 of what he's betting against it happening. So he pretty much needs more than 21 to 1, which is about, what is that, 4.5%? But what you need to know, I got it at minus 110 both ways. Yeah. So he's getting 21 to 1, which is what, 4.5%. So he needs the push frequencies, meaning the game ends with a Packers victory of a 6 or 7 to be higher than those percentages, which I'm actually going to bring up the chart and take a look at.
Well, also, like, the likelihood of things happening it's like a curve, a normal distribution curve. So it's much more likely to finish for the Packers to win at 6 or 7 than it is any other result.
It's the most likely. Yeah. They're in the middle of the bell curve for results.
It's probably like an 8% chance.
Yeah.
8%.
I hate to disagree with you, Dylan.
Dylan, if you do that, you lose out on the payout. So you get paid a lot less.
I'm just excited for Jackson. That's great. So hard to get that. Bird is the word tonight. I like rhymes. I can't believe he caught that. I'm hopeful. I did the same bet for the Cincinnati Cleveland game and almost worked out. Yeah. It's just such a. The reason I like middles too, as I mentioned in the video, is it's insanely low variance. You know what I mean? Like, you miss 10 middles, that's not even a unit. You know what I mean? You hit one middle, you profit 2 units, right? So the variance is good, right? It's very good.
It doesn't matter who you're playing against, Zaps. If you got to stay on the field for more than 10 plays as a defense, like, it's tough to get a stop.
It's my favorite saying. I said there's no defense that's good when they're tired. That looked offside to me, man.
And Fear, you're totally right. Hoyer's slanging that thing tonight. He's keeping it urban. It's a callback to something I've said earlier. As a Browns fan, Brian Hoyer was one of my favorite quarterbacks they ever had.
He was one of the best quarterbacks they had.
Because he is good for a mistake or two a game, but he plays to win. It's going to be interesting to see. Oh, it was a false start, so they don't get the choice. I was thinking that the Chiefs might actually.
Of course, he'd decline if that was the option, but it was a pre-snap penalty. Absolutely, Josh.
That too.
We're talking about the Browns. I'm not going to be, hyping Sturgeon win or whatever. Sturgeon win. Kelly Holcomb, Seneca Wallace, Derek Anderson. Oh my goodness.
Deadbolt under. After this game, we're probably going to get 100 points with the Falcons and Packers. He's definitely no Fitz magic. Somehow Brian Hoyer is the poor man's version of Ryan Fitzpatrick. I didn't think I'd be saying that in 2020. I think
that's nice. I don't know if we can even make that leap. I just realized I shit on Derek Anderson. Derek Anderson made the Pro Bowl as the Cleveland Browns quarterback in.
Didn't they go like 11-5?
10-6. Didn't make the playoffs. One of the only teams ever.
What about Browns versus Colts? Why can't Browns win that one? It's still that small spread.
I'm not. There's no. I'll never say. There's no. No one cannot win or no one can win a game. Like, of course, the Browns have a good chance of winning, but I still think it's contrary to the line. I think the Colts are a better team, and this is a better spot to take them. You know, like Colts it's probably like a 57-43 Colts.
Colts have been bet up to 3, so 59%, 60% are on the Colts right now. As far as win percentage,
probably right.
41% of the bets, 40% of the dollars on the Colts. People are just high on the Browns right now. People are low on the Colts, and the Colts are the better team. As a Texans fan, I'd say Fitz was definitely the best quarterback between Schaub and Watson.
Schaub had a couple good years, Jackson. Who else did they have? Tom Savage.
The kickoff for this next game is in 6 minutes, just in case anyone wants to get their bets in before kickoff.
TJ Yates. Brock Osweiler, of course.
Mickey took Falcons +5 and the under 56.5. Let me just check.
How could he drop Mostert? Zaps? I don't even understand. It's just so amateur hour.
Yeah, 73% are on the over 56.5. And it's actually been bet down from 57.5 to 56.5. Mickey, I'll join you on that.
After Shaw, before Watson. Oh, okay, Jackson. I completely agree. Oh, Case Keenum had a... Man, I think Case Keenum had a good year. Tough. Case Keenum's had some good years. One with Houston, one with Minnesota. Oh, Jake the Snake Plummer. Formerly of Denver and Arizona.
Some Holmes starts at his own 15. He hits Hill with a strike.
I have fantasy hopes hanging on a thread. I'm playing Butker and Hill. And I'm up by 10.02.
I don't understand why fantasy goes to two decimals. I think one's just fine.
I'm not sure exactly. Yeah, but that's
to do with
I know he's hurt, but it's amateur hours, Zaps. Oh, because he went to Houston, University of Houston, right? Beard. Case Keenum did. Yeah, then he played for Texans, so I mean it's pretty lateral movement. Was he a UDFA, Case Keenum, or was it like a fourth to seventh round, late round pick? He was a UDFA.
And a big play.
Big play. I was hoping they were going to get the ball out.
The Chiefs keep drinking from these like tiny little water bottles, and I'm very, very curious as to what's in them.
Yeah.
But I've seen Mahomes now on separate weeks drink from it multiple times. I just saw Kelsey get a hit, and I'm just confused as what they're drinking in those cups.
Well, maybe they're like measured out. There's a reason, like it's portioned, and it could be like one of those.
Could just because it's covered. Just weird. I'm just curious as to what it is.
Oh, you know what? It's probably because they want single use because it's because of the virus. So rather than have a whole water bottle, you have a bunch of small ones, and then you just chuck them after it.
Yeah, it could be it. Fear said, not going to lie, watching the Colts game yesterday, I thought Big Rye was the kicker. Dude is my twin. That's pretty funny. What's going on? John Stacy. Sup, fellas? My picks this week were more ooh la la than the sports almanac. Gin and Juice, says Mickey. And Jackson said he was
back.
he was at the game when Hoyer threw the Hail Mary to Jalen Strong before the end of the first half.
Fuck, Space Jam was such a big deal when we were kids. Tyreek Hill touchdown is going to hurt me. That's the only thing.
The water bottle is obviously the magic stuff like Space Jam when Bugs Bunny got everyone juiced up.
I'm going to grab a chicken sandwich real quick, gents. Excuse me.
With my mind on my money and my money on my mind. What a nice play design. And it looks like Hill gets in. Yep, they signal a touchdown. Oh boy, was that close. He'll actually let go of the ball, but it looks like he hits the pylon first. And then he lets go of the ball. It's almost simultaneous, but it looks like he just got it. Tyreek is cracking human farm. He definitely plays like it. I got smacked this week. Josh Jacobs and Keenan Allen were duds. Hurt my team. Yeah, that's tough. And those are two guys that you usually are pretty consistent and you can count on. All right, it looks like the Falcons-Packers game has started. Or is about to start. Don't forget smoking Indo, Mickey. Lambeau looks so weird without fans. Legalize crack for recreational use is a great Facebook page. That sounds pretty good. It's going to be tough now for the Pats down 10. I'm interested to see what they do offensively, strategically. And then for the Atlanta game, Atlanta's going to start with the ball. After the touchback, they'll be on their own 25. Oh, you're supposed to be at this game? That sucks, John. The fat guy and I were wondering how they decide on who goes to the game, because Chiefs have fans in the stadium. Like, how do they decide what 22,000 get to go? I definitely do not miss Booger's fingers. Zaps with a precursor as to what's going to happen next.
I hate to let you guys know, Tyreek Hill isn't the human form of crack. Lawrence Taylor is.
A huge run here from Damian Harris. Tyreek Hill got a receiving touchdown while you were gone.
I know, I'm not happy about it.
He almost fumbled too. Like, he literally hit the pylon and fumbled. Booger's throwing perpetual gang signs. That's 100% true, Mickey. His hands are some of the worst things I could look at in the world. Third and 6 for Atlanta. And a tough contested catch is dropped by Calvin Ridley. So they will be punting. Ridley took his eyes off of the ball to look at the safety coming over for help, and I think that loss of concentration made him drop that ball. Fair catch by the Packers, and they're going to get their first shot. John Stacy said, my girlfriend's birthday is at the end of the month, so going to Lambeau was going to be her present.
Yeah, it's like when Homer got Marge a bowling ball.
If I was going to go hang out with Dylan, I'd have to buy anal beads. Is Devontae Adams playing tonight for the Packers?
Nope.
And is Julio playing for Atlanta?
I believe so.
You didn't get the pizza? It'll be nice to see if the the Patriots can put some points up with this drive. Especially for cover consideration, a touchdown would be really, really nice. Lazard's not playing as well. That's exactly why I'm growing this stash, John. Tanyan with a big gain for the Packers. They're doing a player profile on Stidham. Is he in? It looks like it.
Sure is.
There's a flag on this play. Matthew picks it off. Excellent ball skills for Matthew to make this play, but we're going to see what this flag is. Stidham's clapping. If this is PI in the end zone, that would be a very, very nice sequence of events for the Pats. Stidham played for Baylor and Auburn. Nice run from Aaron Jones. Well, that pass was off. Also, there was a guy sitting in the background who signaled touchdown. I don't know if he's fully there. We get a carry from Burkhead. He looks like he gets to about the 4.5-yard line. Stidham, beat hard. Another big carry from Aaron Jones. Play action. And that throw was inaccurate.
All right, I'm a bit behind. Who has a cat? I do now. I'm insanely allergic to them, but I take an antihistamine every time. We're getting along now. I was spooked out for a while, but it's getting better.
3rd and goal here. This is a very, very dangerous down and distance for Stidham. And he decides to throw a fade. And it's complete in the end zone to N'Keal Harry. Obvious missed face mask. Yeah, it looked like a face mask, Jackson, from my vantage. And Dylan said, I Googled fat guy symptoms. It says he hates the Saints and Vikings. That's
Jeez.
Wide open.
You don't pick some teams and then all of a sudden.
Aaron Jones, I'm liking his touchdown celebration here. He's gesturing like, how could they forget about me? Because he was wide open in the end zone.
What about me? What about Aaron Jones?
They're highlighting the defensive players out here. And I don't know why, but one guy was playing man. The other guy was playing or inside outside, and both guys went inside. And the PAT
this is a nice touchdown pass by Jared Stidham.
Yeah, after a few uninspiring, inaccurate throws, he manages to get the one that counts. Aaron Jones rocking the shades. He is going off tonight. Probably. Aaron Jones leads the league in rushing touchdowns and scrimmage touchdowns since 2019.
Interesting stat. How does he hate the Vikings? He's bet them 4 out of 5 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I actually kind of like him. My dad's a Vikings fan. A close friend of mine is a Vikings fan. They're cool. I think their colors are cool. I like Prince. Prince was a Vikings fan.
My dad has a Brett Favre Vikings jersey.
Big Rye's dad is the king of square jerseys. So, what's the other one? What's the other one, Big Rye? There's a few other ones. There's a Dallas one, isn't there?
Yeah, I want to say it's Terrell Owens, but I don't think it's Terrell Owens.
I feel like it is.
I can't remember off the top of my head. Fat guy acts like he doesn't hate the Saints and Vikings. He reminds me of a penny, two-faced and not worth much. Dylan,
when did I lie about anything, Dylan? Two-faced means I had to have had some sort of betrayal. Not doing your wishes, that's pretty narcissistic there, pal.
Dylan's back to his old self today after 2 devastating losses by the Saints.
Yeah, exactly. Dylan's probably one of those people. If you don't agree with my politics, then you're a Nazi. Well, then sooner or later, Dylan, you just go, well, I guess I'm a Nazi. You know? Guess you can cut that out without context. That'll work.
Remember that time Fat Guy put Dylan in timeout? I remember that.
Yeah, hey, wait a minute.
A 5-minute timeout.
I just kicked him? Wait, I have the power to do that. I forgot about that. Thank you, Mickey. I just had enough for that time. Well, I'll keep that in mind going forward.
I don't think it was for any specific reason. I think he just wanted to test it out and didn't realize that it was like an actual thing. The other thing too is that it's a hard 5 minutes. Like you can't undo it. I remember that.
Well, considering, like, I don't know. I wonder if it works still. I wonder if you can still do it.
$300. What's that? It's 10 minutes.
Well, divide by 60 there, Big Rye.
No, it is. It is 5 minutes, so we were right. It deletes all his messages. LOL, Dylan has been silenced. He's got
everyone, you're welcome.
The Fat Guy just put rainbow tape over Dylan's mouth, and let's just say he doesn't know the safe word.
No, he does not.
Appreciate it, C. Ramirez.
Oh, gee. You know what, man? I was thinking, there's this guy, C. Ramirez. I really wanted to impress him. I wanted to put on a good show for the folks at home. And you know what? Sometimes you just don't deliver, and it's disappointing, isn't it?
Hell yeah.
And wouldn't it be great if the Pats somehow won this game, despite everything going against them?
Yeah.
Yeah, this team can hang, man.
I wasn't so sure, Jackson, if that was pass interference.
PI on 35. Shoot.
Mahomes definitely dived there. I
gotta get on a better stream. I'm like so far behind.
That's, man, you hate to see that kind of stuff.
Oh, I'm just seeing that now. I'll take that bet. He's going to be saying something in the presser. Roland Walton.
I got a feeling that's Dylan's second account.
It's got to be. Yeah, it's got to be. This is Roland Walton is Dylan with the plastic nose and glasses gag thing.
Last time I visited him in a hotel room, that's the name I had to give.
Yeah.
I'm here to visit Roland Walton.
I don't want to give anyone any ideas, but
oh, somehow that ball does not get picked off.
I think this is going to be the one, Beard. Roland Walton. That would be a good contest name. I'm not trying to tell anybody anything, but I have a feeling that person might be well represented in the contest. That's so funny. Has it been 5 minutes yet?
No.
What, you got a timer going there, Big Rye?
No, I just hasn't been 5 minutes yet.
Dylan Dodfield.
There's a lot of single face shots of referees explaining stuff on TV lately, and I'm very confused as to why.
Mickey Hill, I thought it was an anagram for deep throat, but then I looked closer and it's not. It's an American Scandal joke, Big Rye. You wouldn't get it. Rolo Tama. Oh, me and Mickey are dancing right now. Kaiser Soze, yeah, that too. No, cat. I fed you like 100 times today. You're good.
They're showing a Packers player warming up by dancing. I'm not sure what player that is. Oh, that's Jamal Williams. He's having fun in warm-ups.
Holy Roland Walton. I mean, I'm humiliating myself already. I'm on the... Who is that? Cole Hardman? No. Wow. Miss Pat is great if that's what happened. I'm humiliating myself already. I'm on the internet talking about football. I do it willfully. Well, John, you should know those are your boys.
They're rolling with their fourth quarter D already.
So Roland Walton, are you so you're the president of Tim Hortons? Big right. Roland Walton is the president of Tim Hortons. Good for him, eh?
And he's also a Saints truther.
Yeah, that's right. Shilling for the Saints. Used to be the director of David's Tea. Wow. Dylan's got some nice fourth quarter D, I would imagine. We got to get Dylan to make some bets because he reneged on a couple season longs. Quarter inches. You know what? Finally, zone. I bet Roland can play a mean game of chess. Isn't that funny? Dylan's the often gets the village idiot treatment, but he was like a FIDE master in chess, which is pretty good.
I just realized that anytime Dylan's gone back and forth in the comment section with somebody, it's just his alt account.
It must be.
Packers have a decision to make here at 4th and inches on the goal line.
Oh, the beard tipping us off.
Tipped us off here.
This could Nothing be wrong with that.
With a little bump and grind.
With a little bump and grind.
It's nice to see Tracy Wolfson didn't make hair or makeup.
Oh, God.
Dan Quinn playing for his job.
Zaps, well, that sucked. I have a feeling something bad happened to the Pats.
Probably a pick six with how... Oh, man. Tyrann Mathieu gets a gift handed to him by, I believe, Julian Edelman.
Yep. You know what I love about this game now? This scoreline isn't indicative at all of this game. It's not even a little bit. Put Beathard in. I think they're out of quarterback subs there, Mickey. Actually, they could put Julian Edelman in. Honey Badger strikes again. I have a stock named Honey Badger. I was choked. When I woke up, the first hour it was up 27% for a day, and then it finished up 6%. So it was a tad upsetting for the fat guy. Did he miss again?
That looked good. Got it. So they're up 16 with 8:48 left.
We like the Falcons and the points, Roland. I mean, Billy B's offense was set up to run Wildcat more or less with Cam Newton. I guess with Edelman, it wouldn't be that much of a drop-off. The box score is incredibly misleading, Zaps. Like New England could have been cruising in this game, which is it's the rich get richer. It's one of those lucky type things. But that's good going forward, to be honest. I like the Pats this year. I have a big rubbery one for them, and this is going to help my Lions going forward, I think.
The good thing for the Pats at this line is that, or down 16, is they might be in fourth down territory for the rest of the game.
I want to see the Pats play the Bills. A big rubbery one. Absolutely. I think it's from Fight Club. Rays 3, Yanks 2. Fantastic. I don't like the Yankees. Particularly don't like the Yankees. I like the A's, but I think they lost. I'm not a baseball guy. I'd like an Oakland A's hat. I think that's my next one. You will twice. Dude, 53 Hitchens just landed on him, too. Unfortunately for me, she doesn't hang out in Oakland very often. If there was a Ross at Oakland, I'm sure I'd be decked out head to toe in Oakland A's gear. Billy Bean looks just like Brad Pitt. Yeah, you can see it. You can totally see it. I knew he didn't, but I just wanted to look at him. He's not an ugly guy, though. Billy Bean, all things considered. Considering a guy that was involved in baseball most of his life, could be worse. That looked offside, too, the Frank Clark on third down. Oh, absolutely. Raiders faithful. They're not that strong a team. Like 500 is about right, Josh Allen. You know? And who they lose to? The Patriots and the Bills? Come on now. I got to give them a little. Those teams are a tier above.
And they beat the Saints, which is a really nice win for them.
Was that on the road?
Or did they lose to the Saints? Sorry.
No, they beat the Saints. We bet on that game.
Yeah, they beat the Panthers and the Saints, both good teams. They've played 4 tough games. They get the Chiefs next week, which isn't easy. Then they get the Bucks, which isn't easy. Browns isn't easy.
I've never read the book either.
Fourth and 5 for the Pats. They bring Edelman in motion. Looks like they're in man. And they get the completion.
Wow. Tedrick, what a cool name. Tedrick Thompson. Oh, yeah, I've seen The Big Short. Absolutely. We could do that, John. That's work on Big Ride's side, but I think it's probably reasonable to do.
Do you want their straight up records or you want against the spread? We tend to focus less on that and just market factors. Like, it's almost better to cover up the teams and not know who's playing, which is strange to say. Strangely enough, John, it would actually be a lot of extra work to put that there. It doesn't seem like it'd be, but it would be.
Sounds about like the movie, yeah. What was that? The Blind Side, yeah. Who's it? Michael Oher. Michael Oher was The Blind Side. Well, he uses like those. He uses like those old school. I don't even know what they are, John. It's like we always talk about doing it, but we almost find it cheesy. We're like, because we do that show in one take at night. We really do. So there's like we think there. I don't know. We have to. How about this? We'll do a little whiteboarding for next year. But we got to keep the format for now. Because the editing time, that's Big Rise World, and it can be strenuous. I thought this was a first down. That's got to be a first down. I think Half Moon's probably more entertaining than I am, too. Let's be real. He entered the contest this week.
I think he's entered the contest every week since the start of last year.
There's no lock, Josh. There's never. For every lock, there is a key.
Yeah, if Mahomes gets hurt here in the last 3 minutes, we get a pick here.
No, that was Jared Stidham. They switched him out, Beard. This isn't the worst interception. They're just trying to win the game.
That ball's underthrown. If he actually leads him, that's an easy touchdown.
That wasn't bad. He didn't get enough power on it.
Well, it was behind him and not enough power.
He still could have made the play if it was behind him. Well, they watch his vid for like, yeah, it's not my style either, but you know, everyone's got their thing. Like some people like that sports guy show. I mean, I think his plays are ridiculous, but hey, everyone's got their own jam, right? You know, I'm pretty polarizing. A lot of people don't like me, which is great. I'd rather be that way. My girlfriend's laughing and like, yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like it.
Good awareness from Clyde Edwards-Helaire, staying in bounds.
I don't like him. Which one's that, Dylan? Everyone says hello, babe. She's waving. Oh, you don't like me, Dylan? That's too bad. You know, I'm really going to be upset about it. Hey, I wonder if I could do it again, Dylan. Oh, yeah. Apparently, I'm going to be tearful. And I cry in my sleep sometimes, apparently.
Going to get a bunch more Roland if that's the case.
I can't do that. I can't do that. Definitely can't do that. She's like 23, too young.
That just made no sense at all.
The disparity is too great. She's young and spry. I'm old and fat. I don't know how this is working out, but I'm running with it, boys. Wow, I'm gonna get a fantasy win here, boys. If I looks like I can't have Hill or Bucker get more than 3 points or 2.6, something like that. They see me rolling. They hating. Was it Roland Wagner? What was the guy's name again?
I think Roland Watson.
Watson, there you go.
Roland
I used
Walton.
to a lot, Dylan. Number one, I'm lazy. Number two, I've had some knee issues, so I use that as an excuse. I had a real bad knee injury like 5 years ago, and whatever. I'm going down to fantasy. Yeah, right, pal. I'm stacked, bud. Stacked. Take a look at your own team, Jackson. I'll be right back, gentlemen.
So Pats are first and 10, 2:12 left. Going to see if we can get a backdoor cover from the Pats. This Falcons drive has been for 7.5 minutes. It's 3rd and 11. This is where they have to get it done. They're going to be about 2 yards short of the first down marker. It looks like Ryan's staying on the field. Dan Quinn says go for it. They're bringing in heavy personnel here. I'd expect a play action type play. Oh, they're going Wildcat. And I believe we're getting a timeout. Backdoor cover is wide open. Side door is open as well. He just ran into the fridge, Dylan. Dylan's back door is open. Yep. It sure is. Dylan Fear asked, since the Saints won, did you skip the gym today? 4th and 2. It looks like Matt Ryan's in shotgun. Gage in motion. And Matt Ryan's going to run for the first down. It's going to be 1st and goal from the 5 for the Falcons. There's Dylan's big gains. Looking like a big boy now. So proud of him, all grown up. Yeah, Zaps, if the markets are going to be in the mid-50s, I haven't been paying that close attention on the OUs, but I'll keep my eye on it now that all these games have been going over like crazy. Edelman just can't make that catch on 2nd and 10, so it's going to be 3rd and 10 for the Patriots. Minute 42 left. They still have 1 timeout. And Matt Ryan looks like he missed Russell Gage in the end zone. We're going to get a field goal try from Elliott Fry, chip shot. And he's good from 23 yards. Looks like an incompletion for the Pats on 3rd and 10.
He probably does use shakeways.
4th and 10 for the Pats. And there's a free rusher. They go with the screen to James White, but he is going to be short. And that is going to be game.
Boom! I won the McPhail matchup. Yes. Sorry, he did. Kevin's a big trash talker. I'm glad I took him down. We're going to switch streams now.
Dylan's gym is called Feel the Burn.
You know who Dylan reminds me of now?
Who?
Oh, yeah. I think maybe that's what Mickey's getting at. Dylan works at Hard Bodies. He reminds me of Brad Pitt in Burn After Reading.
So the Falcons just had a 20-play drive end in a field goal.
10 minutes off? That's crazy, Big Rye.
But Packers defense still managed to hold despite being on the field for 20 plays in a row. Yeah, he called it as a turnaround week. Right now, him and I are 6-8 with the with Atlanta plus 7.5 for this last game.
Ooh.
Rogers hits MVS over the middle for a first down.
Jackson Little, this is turnaround week. Fat guy week 4 picks video. Well, I mean, if I turn around, I was right that we increased our losing. Well, we decreased our losing percentage. You know.
Maybe not. We got to wait till we see how this game goes.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, bets were good yesterday, so it's not an issue. The pick video has been tough.
A.J. Dillon with a carry.
Falcons haven't covered yet, Dylan. I was surprised they used a second-round pick on a running back, considering the guys they have. Tyler Irvin, a friend of my sister's. Went to university together. Usually a special teamer, but he's been active in this offense to a minor degree.
Yeah, Mickey's 8-6 with the Chargers team doctor. Tied for 19th.
I love that name.
Only picks you regret this week are the Cowboys and Jags. What was I thinking? It's always easy after the fact to look back and say, I wish I did something else, but that's why the contest is really nice because if you have to make a pick, you had to make a pick, and it wasn't that at that time.
It keeps everyone honest, except for the guys that seem to like putting their picks in after all the games have happened.
I can't believe that, dude. That was crazy.
Yeah, then he was complaining. Yeah, we'll just hand out money to a guy who gives his picks after the results. It's unfortunate. They might looks like Falcons are gonna lose a player. The guy who had 7 interceptions 2 years ago, Kazi, he got hurt on a 0-0 play. He looks like he's in serious pain. I can't tell where it is, though. He was a backup 2 years ago and he got like 7 INTs. I want to see if it's a no contact injury. Oh, it must be. Oh, this could be ruptured Achilles.
Jackson said Cleveland was a good contrarian play, though. I took the Jags because I think they had a bit more money percentage than bet percentage, so I guess it was okay. Fear said, LOL, maybe that guy needed the cash, fat guy. We got to help him out. Zap said, I sometimes make my picks after Thursday, so I just intentionally pick the Thursday game wrong, LOL, since I know the result. Yeah, Zaps. I always leave the... if people pick Thursday after the game started, I just don't count that game. Jags was a good bet. Line moved toward them last minute. And that's why it's tough, right? Like, it's... I know a few of you have said, can we make our picks on... like, essentially like Sunday morning, but it would just be too much work for me to have like separate forms for the games. And that's a really good thing that Mickey just said, is just because a bet loses doesn't make it a bad bet.
He's 100% right.
You know how many times I've heard the fat guy complain that he lost because he had an 80-20 chance in a poker hand and lost? Like, we're talking about these games are like, at the best you're going to get is like a 60% edge, or like a 10% edge, like a 60% chance to win a cover. Which is what? Out of 141 people, only 8 people are above 60% so far this season. And I also like what the fat guy says about, like, if you had to simulate that game a million times, what's going to happen a million times?
What's the average? What's in the middle of the bell curve? I'm just checking up on our fantasy. How that's going.
Jackson, so yeah, totally. Like, I lost 8 games this week, but I only really regret the Cowboys one now that I think about it.
Yeah.
And what were the... Didn't the Cowboys go up like 14-0 in that game?
I think so.
And then they couldn't stop the run.
Fat guy's 3-1 in the Chase and Daniels league. All right. Huh.
I need what is it? 5 points from Russell Gage to win fantasy, to stay undefeated.
Russell Gage, you're really scraping, eh?
Yeah. What's the crowd's record now? I'm not sure, Mickey. I'd have to go through the numbers and see. Paisley Park Blouses need 9 points out of Hurst and Ridley tonight. Fingers crossed. Carol Baskins is dead to him.
Oh, he switched? He switched team names?
The crowd record is worse than Dylan's.
I have Gurley and in the other league, Boston Bastards. I have Gurley versus Scantling +3. I like that. This guy sat Patrick Mahomes and started Jared Goff. Interesting.
That's approve.
Yeah, I lost O.J. Howard. Ouch.
And he still put up 11 fantasy points.
Yeah, and he was hurt early, I thought. Huh.
The Packers run a little bit of a pick play there for Williams. He picks up the first down. Jackson says that Dylan's becoming a little bit sharper other than Saints games.
He is. He actually is. I'm kind of enjoying that.
I know the fat guy's a big fan of my team name in the other league.
Yes, he is. We have. I'll tell you the story. A lot of my friends use the same team name I had for a fantasy league. I'm in a fantasy league that's for reasonable money, and it's all old guys though, like guys in their fifth. Well, not old guys. Well, guys older than me, guys in their late 40s and 50s. Not exactly the inclusive crowd. So I named my team Guy Kiss Party. It's two guys kissing is the picture. And I won the league last year, and they had to put it on the trophy, and it was very, very satisfying. You gonna beat Nance? Wow, Robert Tonyan. Holy, doesn't even matter. I guess his answer is yes, Jackson. This lighting thing is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm about as entertaining as Jim Nance. Let's put it that way.
Jim Nance picking blueberries.
Yeah, Dylan made a huge comeback at the end of last year.
Yeah, he did. He was getting wiped. He might have beat Mickey by one game.
The weakest safety blitz ever. Is that the guy who ran and hugged the center?
John Stacey's been in lockdown waiting for this season only to watch the worst. Wow. Missed Pat. The worst start to a Falcon season in recent memory.
So, Dylan, there's squares and there's sharps. And what he's saying by a square week is like if the Patriots and the Chiefs and the Packers all win and the Saints, those are square weeks. Whereas if the Cleveland, well, not so much now, if the New York Jets and the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Atlanta Falcons all cover, then it's a sharp week. Those wins are swirling. As Mickey said, he likes the unders on weather games like this. Yeah, he said Browns. We'll bet
Browns D personnel isn't that bad. It's not.
Dallas D looked awful, but still put up 49.
DTF finished on top of Mickey.
Browns just need to be a little sharper on D. Yeah, the Browns are a square bet right now. People love the Browns. People love Odell. People love Chubb. People love Kareem Hunt. They love Jarvis Landry. Baker Mayfield's in right every single commercial for some strange reason. Leslie Jones in the best shape of her life. Oh, I don't know. Super breezy here in Wisconsin. I golfed this afternoon and look like poo, no less. John, I'd ask what your handicap is, but I don't want you to get into it. Chubb's hurt for a month with his MCL. Yeah, that's true.
6 weeks even.
Should I pick up Mo Alley Cox for fantasy? Well, Trey Burton's back, so there's 3 tight ends that can play there. So I don't know if you want to trust him week in, week out. You're 4-0 for Chargers, 0-4 for Seattle. See, Jackson, I was thinking of doing that for us as well, and I might go into keeping track of that because I find that interesting. I feel like if I had to do the Giants, I feel like I'd be 0-16 every year. I can never pick a Giants game right.
This year we've been okay. It's the only one.
Yeah.
Well, that's why, Jackson, I used to have this theory when I used to bet almost bigger, actually. Yeah, I used to bet bigger. I'd never really bet on the worst teams or on the best teams. So like Seattle game, I would just avoid. And obviously, yeah, we're 0-4, right, with Seattle. Whereas Chargers are a team that's right in the thick of it, and they're 4-0, and you're 4-0, right? I feel like because in those spots, you just take them when they're dogs, and you lay them when they're favorites, and more or less that's probably how it's going to turn out. Well, I like them. I had this big thing on it in the video. I was bringing it up. I really like 9.5. I think it's just a strong bet. And they did a decent 13 points against the Rams. Too many, I think. Too many. Good result. Getting mocked in my own house, everyone.
Oh, that no longer became your house once that cat came in.
It didn't. I think I'm going to buy a laptop so I don't have to hang out on this couch I love.
That's always the case with the Chargers, says Mickey.
Eight points, I think, is too many. The Saints? Come on now.
I think everyone still has the Saints from last year in their minds when they see this team, but they haven't played the same.
No, they had their first game was good against the Bucks, and that's pretty much it. I didn't catch very much of the game yesterday, but they had to come back against the Lions. I don't know. It's not ideal, right? It's not Saints football. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they lost to the Raiders by 10. They lost to the Packers by 7.
And the Packers game, they lost handily. I thought, at least.
Jackson said, Mickey, as in take them when their dogs, fade them as favorites. Zab said, rule number 1, don't lay more than 3 points with teams with bad defense. Example, the Cowboys this week versus Giants, and last week would be Browns. Maggie Hill said, yes, Chargers play the level of their competition. Jackson said, yeah, that's like Tennessee last year.
Tennessee is a good example of that, now that you say it.
2nd and 8. They get a short completion out to Julio Jones on the sideline. Falcons still have all 3 timeouts. Last thing they want to do is give the ball back to the Packers at the end of half. Yeah, Jackson, all these typos, you sound like me.
Eggcorn King.
There's a flag on this play.
Well, you're a bit behind me. You're way behind me. Long explanation on this one, Big Right.
What was it?
That quarterback was down.
So it was intentional grounding? That was the call?
A sack, lost to 10. Wow, A-Rod's going to get another opportunity at this.
That's why I was confused by that 2nd and 8 play where they get like 4 yards on the out to Julio Jones. They stop the clock. Just didn't make sense. Mickey likes autocorrect. It helped him find beat hard.
There are some happy accidents.
Yeah, ducking autocorrect.
That O-line looks beefy.
I can probably switch over to...
Someone is taking...
Mickey Hill said, "What the fuck?" I'm not sure what he's whatting the fuck to. And then Jackson said, "LOL, I just checked out a bit of Sports Guys show. Quite the personality."
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting to say the least.
I think from what I remember, he was bragging about how he was like 80%. But he was picking like the Chiefs in like teasers.
Yeah. No, he was doing like Chiefs money line. Remember who did he did an Alabama money line once, and he put that in the win column. They were like minus 4,500. I bet you I could go 100% for the year if I got to do that. But you know what the best part is? It would take one loss. If you're doing that, it would take one loss in 3 years to ruin all of your all of your profits. Isn't that funny?
Josh Allen said I need to. I'm guessing he means hop on the teaser wagon.
No, you don't. No, you don't. This. Fred Kasika.
Fred Kasika's great. Fred's Pro Football Picks. The
It's
problem
good for
with
a laugh, Mickey.
the problem with teasing, Josh, is it's easier to win, but the payouts are less. So you end up you make more money just betting them straight up against the spread than any teasers.
We could show you horror stories of parlays just from this weekend. It's like a savings account. Yeah. It pretty much is, Jackson. Except you're risking the entire balance of the savings account to make that interest rate.
Josh said if I get a 3-game teaser at minus 110, I can come up with something to hit. But you'd be more likely to just win one game straight up at minus 110 than picking a 3-game teaser.
There you go. There's my man. That might be a penalty. That was a big hit. Teaser, you add usually it's 6 points to a spread, Jackson, but the payout's really bad.
So, like, instead of taking the Packers minus 5.5, you could get the Packers plus half a point.
See, Josh, now we're veering into the section of do what gives you the least amount of regret. Because from a math perspective, it doesn't work. But if it's going to give you regret, then it's worth it for you, right? You know, because if you're gambling for entertainment, doing stuff that'll give you regret is I think a poor strategy. You know, if you're gambling to try and profit, you know, in the over the long run, then it's, you know, betting single games at minus 104, minus 106 is a far better proposition. Just more I don't know if it's more difficult. It's just better positive expected. It's positive expected value as opposed to negative.
Falcons only bring 3.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to bet every game, Josh. Yeah, if you're going to do a parlay, just bet all 3. Just bet the 3 teams regularly. That's it. A good friend of ours, he's the best handicapper I've ever seen at a sport. Josh, and he does parlays. And we have tickets. We have a ticket from last week, Big Rye. 10 for 11 he went. He ended up losing money. He went 10 for 11. And some of the bets were plus 650. And we always tell him, just bet every one individually. But no, he likes to go for the home run. He does it for entertainment. And what happens? He should be the highest ROI person I know at sports, and he's one of the worst.
Yeah,
does it make sense? No.
He should have been up 15 to 20 units. Instead, he was down a unit or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Like, think about that, right? Because and he hit huge ones, yeah, but he ends up hedging at the end, so costing himself even more. And he's hit one really big one like 2-3 years ago, and I guess he's chasing that high, right? People love that one. They like turning a little bit of money into a ton, but it's kind of like it's a bit of a lottery play, more or less, right? Because people don't think about it. They buy a lottery ticket for $2 or $5, and they do it every week, right? And they don't think about it. They'll do it for 25 years. I don't even know what the money with interest is on that. It depends, Jackson. His was more. His was more than 1,000 to 1. It depends what the payout is, Roderick. It really does. Are there teasers that are plus expected value? Sure. There are some of them. They're just very rare. So we tend to just blanket them as a no, because chances are, if someone, this is the logic behind it. Touchdown, by the way, for the Pack. Yeah, but that still doesn't, even if it's plus money, that doesn't mean that it's 1.1 to 1 proposition or better, right? So for it to be plus EV, that would have to be an even money proposition to hit 3-team 10-point teaser. Even if that's plus money, that doesn't mean it's reflective of the true odds. There has to be some juice involved, right? And there's usually more juice involved in those than anything. Why we blanket statement them as they're generally bad is because people that play teasers generally have a disconnect from the actual math. So what? So basically, what I'm trying to say is, if they're asking us, then it's bad. If they're not asking us and they're betting them, they probably know that it's plus EV. What's the spread? Between 5 and 7.5, Noble, depending on what you got it at. And Packers are covering both. Coach of the year, I would imagine Sean McDermott's in the lead. That's my guess. You could throw Pete Carroll in there. It'd be really hard not to say Sean McDermott right now.
Mickey, I just asked our mutual friend what he thinks the chances are Habib wins. I'm just going to go over the math for the 3-team 10-point teaser.
Yeah, they have to win a couple. They have to get it done. If they win that division, I think Belichick is for sure coach of the year, Jackson. They care so much about winning. McDermott, I would think, has to be the favorite, then Carroll. Arnold will mention to Reed and Tomlin. So the payouts minus. So the payout. I thought you said it was plus 110, Roderick. Big Rye will tell you anyways in a moment when he's done.
So the chance a team covers by 10 points is 79.25% of the time. So for 79.25,
it's a chance that a team. Here, I'll rewrite that. So yeah, so then the gap is.
So the EV is negative 6.7% expected value to bet a 3-team teaser at minus 3-team 10-point teaser at minus 130.
There you go. Nice work, Big Rye.
To bet a spread at minus 105, you have 1.2%. So what we're trying to say is a minus 1.2% is better than a minus 6.7.
Over 5 times better. Ugly half for the Falcons.
I'll be back in just a moment.
Well, Noble, it's not that big of a stretch. They're up 17. Decent troll, though. Yeah. We're not trying to hate on anyone for doing a parlay or a teaser or what have you. We're just trying to educate. Like, it looks nice, but it's just long term, it's bad. You know, there are times, and we bring it up probably every show. There are times when you can do it. It's just so rare. That's possible. You know, you can't go off this one game. I mean, it looks bad. They can still cover. What kind of nerds use math and sports? We do. Big Rise kind of pulled away in the math department. I was always stronger than him, like from logical and I guess theory wise, but he's a bit more versed in practice. Let's say we were both strong in math in high school and university, though. Sports gambling is tough, though. Like, the thing is that 1.2%. The reason we even bet spreads 1.2% negative edge can be beat. It can be beat with skill. 6.75%. I don't know, man. I don't know. Pretty tough. Big Rye has a degree in, I think, business admin. I think that's what it is. I never finished. I took mostly economic stuff and some actuarial science stuff. And I think I went for like 4.5 semesters. Big Rye finished and Big Rye got his degree. So his might be a diploma, but I'm pretty sure it's a degree. And I think business admin. So mostly economics and things of that nature. I got dazzled by the gambling world, so that's why I didn't last that long. And I went when I was too young because I'm a Big Rye and I are December babies, so
I think with any line like that, they're really just trying to take advantage of getting people to bet anything they can.
well that can't be right. 10.5 plus 200. Oh, unless it's like right now, maybe. Econ and poli sci. I like micro econ classes a lot, Jackson. They're very interesting. So I feel like though the problem is the more uh the more you learn about economics, the more it makes you almost like limited government becomes, I don't know, for me it did. Like limited government to me makes the most sense just because of how taxes just, create that wedge and make business so much more difficult, hurts commerce, and not to mention government are the worst at spending money, no matter which government it is. So, it makes you almost libertarian in a sense, you know.
I don't know if Fat Guy talked about mine, but I got a Bachelor of Business Administration.
Yeah, that's what I had mentioned.
Wait, the Jets play the Cards. Upset alert.
Boomer looks like
Oh my god.
Boomer looks like he's on a serious bender.
I'll
Like
put
Danny
Boomer on the
DeVito.
screen. Oh, they just left.
He looks like Frank presenting Frank's Little Beauties, and no, there's always Sunny in Philadelphia. That's what he looks like.
Well, what's the score right now in this game? Is it 20
20
to
to
3?
3.
I don't think that's a good line, the plus 10.5, plus 200.
Boomer did something, buddy. I think Boomer smoked like 2 packs of cigarettes today.
A 2-team 6. Okay,
pointer.
Mickey. I'll do that in just a second. Our friend just let us know that he thinks Habib minus 210 is kind of where he would sit it at. Let me just take a look at the fight odds just to see what he's actually sitting at. Yeah, he's sitting at minus 288. So there's actually value.
Tiny amount on Gaethje. Well, a little more than that.
He said he would like to bet Habib at 210. So I just think that'd be a no bet. We're from Vancouver, Canada.
That's Roland Walton, former president of both David's Tea and Tim Hortons.
So what would that be? That's like...
I don't know, Jackson. We're playing it off like he is, but I'll be right back.
So essentially...
Minus 118, you right?
It's roughly minus 110. Or am I sorry, plus 110? Sorry, Mickey, I'm getting myself confused. 100 divided by... Sorry, plus 110, Mickey. Plus 110 would be the break even. So if you could get like plus 120, it'd be good. Plus 130 is good. Anything that's like even or even like plus 105 would be negative EV. Roland's just not listening. Mickey, I have no clue what's common to get on teasers because I just stay away from them. Roland, it's just very, very peculiar because every time Dylan leaves the stream, you show up and your cadences are exactly the same. And you also have very, very similar interests in the New Orleans Saints.
No one's ever seen Drew Lock and Tom Berenger in the same room.
Yep.
Much like you and Dylan in the same chat room.
No one's ever seen me and Mickey Blue in the same spot.
It's Mick Blue. We're in Colorado. I feel like Colorado would be a nice place to live. Maybe I'll move to Florence, Colorado, work in the prison.
Jackson, it definitely seems like Roland and Dylan are in cahoots at least. at the very least. I wouldn't mind seeing Bill O'Brien getting picked up by the Falcons and the Texans picking up Dan Quinn.
Yeah, that'll solve both their problems.
I feel like Dylan just he spun a globe that was beside his computer and picked Antalya, Turkey. Fat guy only wants to live where the ganja is legal. Jackson said Fort Collins, about an hour north of Denver. It's where CSU is. LOL, go see Ted Kaczynski in Florence.
Yeah, exactly. That you know where my head went, right, Jackson? It's exactly where my head went.
Even worse
Have you
for
read
the
his
Falcons.
manifesto before?
Even worse for
It's
the Falcons.
very
They have to
interesting.
kick off.
Never been a big smoker, Mickey. I don't know why. I wouldn't mind trying some edibles though. I've only had them like once. No, to help you sleep. Promise, tell me about it. Well, I just spent $900 on a sleeping machine, so I mean, that should be it. So I'm jabbering with my girlfriend. His manifesto, it's bizarre.
They were just highlighting how the Packers had played 3 running backs on some of their downs. Talking about high school debate teams, you might bring Dylan out of the woodwork.
Yeah.
Was it Ted Kaczynski who wrote the manifesto?
Yeah, the Unabomber. He was very anti-technology. He was like a more or less a preservationist, I guess. I only read it once and it was a while ago, but I mean, some of the stuff still kind of resonates. And he's basically, he thought the direction technology naturally goes is negative. So, I think, and then that's why Mickey's saying, he goes, it's coming true. It's kind of right, and it is. So, problem is though, he bombed people to get his point across. Which, honestly, if you just published what he wrote, it was pretty convincing. And the stigma of bombing people doesn't exactly write his point home. So, point in case he lives in that prison in Colorado. It has all the worst people in America live in that prison. Florence Supermax. I think the head of the Aryan Brotherhood lives there too. So I had to make a joke.
I think I watched there was a Netflix show called Manhunt. I think it was about him.
Oh, Ted Kaczynski? For sure he did. He was a genius too. So he's easily the most interesting guy.
He sure does.
Yeah, was he an MK Ultra, Mickey? I always hear those conspiracy theories, but I never know if that's true, right? And don't forget this stuff. Oh, John Kaminsky, John Kaminsky. Speaking of Ted Kaczynski, he became an impact player, and he was just a later round pick for the Falcons. Me and Big Rye saw him play some powerful preseason games, particularly last year against Denver. Yeah, but that's Jackson. That's the whole thing, is people discredit the person rather than their arguments, right? I think bombing people is insane. However, though, when I read his manifesto, it was like, man, this guy's got some pretty good points, and it's just so well written.
People say all the same stuff about the fat guy's picks.
Yeah. That's how he got caught, Big Rise, because his writing was so unique and good that his brother could picked it out and said that it has to be my brother. No one else could have written that. It's very interesting.
Just thinking, I was watching some Norm clips today, and he does so much stuff on Michael Jackson being a pedophile.
Yeah, he does.
And it's like, it's strange how he gets such a pass.
Who's that? Norm or Michael Jackson?
Michael Jackson, not Norm.
Well, he didn't for a while. They called him Wacko Jacko. Wow, 54. That was interesting.
I want to see that again because I feel like the lineman got caught flat-footed, but he got trucked.
You got bulldozed, man, by 54. Yikes, man! And he almost got the block.
Oh, he didn't
Who's
see him.
54?
He didn't see him. The
Oh,
lineman
so he
wasn't.
had his head turned.
The lineman wasn't looking. Like I don't know why he was looking to the right when there's a stunt coming from the left, but
Yeah, and he got popped.
yeah.
54 almost blocked the punt though, or sorry, the pass rather. No, I said punt.
This Matt Ryan graphic is sexy. I feel like it's like a Bachelor segment. Oh, what's going on, Sook?
Was it? Is it?
It's Suki.
Oh, Sook Dollywall. There you go. Have a good one, Jackson.
Have a good night, Jackson. Sook is the MMA handicapping master that we've talked about. Friend of the show.
I want to see 54 in Atlanta.
You working tonight, Sook? Or are you free? What are you up to?
Foya side, Aluakan. Huh.
Dylan, there's somebody named Roland Walton that keeps popping into chat when you leave, and he's doing his best impression of you. Oh, you're working overnights all week? That sucks. Is overnight for you 7 to 7? 12-hour shifts?
What day is it?
Yeah, when is it? October 24th.
I'm probably in. I won't be able to tell you till the week of though. Oh. Oh, I'm not sure. I don't think I can know.
It's a Saturday night.
'24th. Play action here. Is that Hurst? Nice change for Hurst. That's the problem, man. You draft tight ends in the first round. They don't even get good till the 5th year or 4th year, right? When's the last successful first round tight end? Like in their rookie contract, Big Rye?
I'd have to look back and see. Off the top of my head, I can't remember.
Well, there's Hayden Hurst. Wow. What a catch. Max Williams. Both of those didn't work out. Eric Ebron. Nope. Gronk's a 2nd round pick. Noah Fant and TJ Hawkinson, we don't know yet. OJ Howard and Evan Ingram and David Njoku. I would say no on all 3 of those guys.
Well, there's nobody last year because Hawkinson, Fant, Irv Smith Jr., none of them had great years.
First one this year was the second round Cole Kmet.
Possibly Mark Andrews in 2018 or Dallas Goddard.
Yeah, but those aren't. I was talking about first round picks.
Oh. Maybe Evan Ingram in 2017.
He had a good rookie season, and he hasn't had a good one since.
I thought you were talking about guys that had good rookie years.
But like that were good on their first rookie contracts, right?
Oh,
like none of
players
them.
that were good on their first rookie contracts.
Yeah. Tyler Eifert was, and then he got worse. He's the only one. Jermaine Gresham.
There hasn't been that many first-round tight ends selected.
I'm looking through them right now. Brandon Pettigrew, Dustin Keller. These are bad. There you go. Greg Olson was. No, he wasn't good till his later.
Suki said Jeremy Shockey.
Yeah, I knew he was going to say that. The U. Vernon Davis wasn't even good on his first contract. He was only good at the end of it. Kellen Winslow Jr. No, we know how that works. Here's one. Dallas Clark. And you probably could say Jeremy Shockey too. And Todd Heap. Yeah, you have to go back 20 years.
It looked like the Packers jumped early. Todd Field is the lesser Dylan. Careful, Dill. I think Roland's homophobic. Max has a good point here. After a 15-unit winning week, I've had 7 straight losing weeks of gambling. Please let me know how to stop the cold streak. It's not so much about the picks that you make. It's really important to... I'm glad that you're using terms like units, which makes me feel like you're betting responsibly as far as money management, and that's the most important thing you can do. You're going to win, you're going to lose. And you want to win small, you want to lose small.
That was a weird throw from Ryan.
It looked like he, because the Packers player got a good jump on it, I think he purposely threw it into the ground.
Yeah, he just didn't get a lot on it, which is weird.
Gurley's got some space.
See if we can get some Gurley yardage here. Gurley touchdown, perhaps. To me, it's a run at 4 times. Like, you're losing. It's your best chance of winning. Yeah, they're lined up that way anyways. And that's how you do it. Todd the God.
I've never heard him referred to as Todd the God.
Well, you're just not cool.
Yeah, I knew that.
That was a nice block by the guy who pretty much turned around. Former first-round pick, Chris Lindstrom leading the way. A lot of kickers been injured the last 2 years. I find that bizarre. He missed?
The extra point is no good.
Where's Younghoe Koo when you need him? Dude, Darnell Savage made a shed Zacchaeus to make a good play. Fortunate he didn't commit.
Miss Pat
point
Wendy
after
Hunters,
try,
says Mickey.
What's the OU for this game? 54?
56.5 is what it closed at.
Holy jeez, is that a lot of points? What happened to Kui? He's injured, Dylan. I'm not sure exactly what the injury is.
He's got a groin injury.
Where did Suckup land? Ryan Suckup. Can't remember now. Best kicker in the league for a while, and then he had a brutal season last year. Bucks. Makes sense.
Yeah, Suckup was signed by the Buccaneers on September 1st.
Yikes. Well, John, that is possible. We wouldn't want to assume his gender. It's going to be a nullified return, I think. Whoop. And then, of course, during the penalty, Dan Quinn is clapping.
So Julio Jones is out with a hamstring injury.
Tough season for him. He had one coming into this game. So maybe he re-aggravated it. Oh, yeah. Big hit. Loved it. Oh, he just blew by that corner who's playing zone. He took a lick, though. .59 is so short.
Aaron Jones is another running back that plays bigger than he is.
Yes, yeah, I would agree with that. It's probably the same size as Mark Ingram. I wouldn't be celebrating if I was Atlanta. 0-3 down 11. I don't know where this flag is. Maybe it's a pick on Green Bay, but Tanyan was so open. How do you just get that many points with or that much production out of Robert Tanyan?
He's looked really good.
It's just crazy though. You can just go to anybody, you know what I mean?
Mickey said such bad defense. I'm interested to see this. So the flag was on Atlanta. Is that 3 touchdowns for Tanyan?
I think it's 2. That is a complete flag.
Oh my goodness, he got tackled and still got up and scored.
Yeah.
Suk said it before, he'll say it again. Defense wins championships.
Yeah, yeah.
If the Falcons just want to win a game.
No, I just want them to cover a spread.
Yeah. Are movie theaters even open?
I don't know. I wouldn't imagine they are around here.
Pretty sure Carter's a practice squad player, says John Stacy. Getting outplayed by another practice squad player, no less.
Tell me when John Stacy's wrong. And I'll tell you to check your facts. That's pretty much it. Non-starters are beating up on each other. It's just bad. It's just bad. I'm just like speechless at how they can't turn in a good performance, Atlanta. I mean, they did against Dallas, and then they lost in the most unbelievable fashion.
Max said Hoyer and Stidham did everything they could to avoid covering.
Yeah, they did.
And Ike Sox said not in California for theaters.
Jamal Carter, 35, legit is a practice squad player. He got activated on the 20th.
Falcons 14-1. I'd say throw $5. So the Falcons are down to 18. They got to make up 3 scores.
Good line from Mickey, whatever you're willing to lose. You know, if you're Jay Sternberger, you got to be a little upset that this was your game to shine, and Robert Tonyan has just outdone you. You're not gonna.
that Ito Smith?
Sure was.
I need some garbage time fantasy points from Russell Gage.
He's in a good spot. Which league?
Boston Bastards. I don't even think he's out there for this play. Falcons quick to the line, and tackle Matthews decides to jump before Matt Ryan's even under center.
Well, the one thing, Suki, is the last year, the Rodgers probably had his worst year, despite worst year statistics wise, but they did very well in the win department. So I don't know. It's tough to say. Well, if he continues playing this season the way he has been so far, then I'd say yes, because there's been some vintage Rodgers performances already this year. So,
and I'd also say I don't even know his name, but I'm going to call him the most underrated coach in the league right now is the Packers head coach,
Matt LaFleur.
Yeah, I think his record speaks for itself.
Pretty small sample, but yeah.
16-4.
If you include playoffs,
I don't know how many games they won in the playoffs, if any.
They're 3-0 now, 15. They won one game and then they lost they beat the Seahawks, and they lost in the AFC Championship. They lost to NFC Championship. They lost to the 49ers.
So 17-4.
Yeah.
Is his record at the moment.
Just leave it, Max. I hate in-game betting. It's emotional. James Carpenter playing on the O-line for the Falcons, never a good sign. I don't know. Where did these tie-dye Marty McFly hats come from? Yikes. There's former Browns coach Mike Pettin. Rivera does have cancer. Perhaps it was a crucial catch. We've yet to know the results of
that. I think Crucial Catch is the name of... he's talking about the tie-dye hats. It's the name of the charity.
Yeah, I know it's the name of the charity, but I didn't know that's what the tie-dye was connected to. It's always a joke, though. They only donate like $1 million to breast cancer when they do the pink for the whole month.
I was asking about that with someone, and it's all the proceeds that they make gets donated plus $1 million out of the NFL's pockets.
Oh. Okay, that's not so bad then. I didn't like that at all. Could have hit Gage for a few points there, Big Rye. You got to go for it. What are you guys doing? What do you mean you're going to go for it?
So they do line up.
Look at the receiver on the right. Look where, yes. Timeout Packers.
At the very least, they made the Packers scramble to take a timeout.
They should have got the ball off, though. They had 2 guys open. LaFleur seems pissed. Man, Zadarius Smith looks carved out of wood.
So excited, but I believe it's in partnership with Susan G. Komen's Foundation, which is breast cancer awareness. Bad track record of actually funding research.
That's any charity, though. I feel like they're all garbage. Their CEOs and CFOs make tons of money. It's just like a creating busy work almost.
Max, I'm gonna put out a video on Friday or Saturday, and that'll lean towards what games we're actually betting on this week, based on the market factors. But so far, we haven't taken any bets. And we do have the picks video. It's good to watch the picks video, and the fat guy usually will lend a hand as to what games are contest picks, what games he's putting money on, or what games he really likes.
Correct.
That Subway commercial, I think, is one of the worst commercials in recent history.
Didn't even try. Sorry, just looking through some draft stuff. Very interesting that the Raiders drafted a guy in the 3rd round and trade him for a 6. Oh, and there's a Joker-inspired mouthpiece for Zadarius Smith.
I don't know if this one's better than the Jared ones. 4th and 6, they go long. There's a flag on this play. It might be a roughing the passer on Zadarius.
We get him sometimes on YouTube. There's a lot of mudslinging, John Stacey. It's kind of fun. Ooh, I want to see this penalty. Well, there you go.
What did they call?
PI and roughing the passer. Zadarius Smith seems very upset about it, but I got to see it again to make a judgment on it.
I think all political commercials are bad.
I don't know if this is a. I don't know. I don't know what roughing the passer is anymore. I actually don't. Who's calling these plays, man? Why don't they have Why don't they run like shotgun with a running back inside, and with with multiple audibles? Like it should be in this 2-minute type thing. Like that, the ceiling on the play they just ran is really low. And they could have just ran a smoke route on the guy at the top of the screen. This ended up working out. Zacchaeus isn't the guy you want with the ball, Big Rye, but that's okay.
He did well on that play.
Those helmets look like they just have stickers on them. The Falcons helmets.
It'll be interesting to see if they actually get a playoff before the end of the quarter. I don't think they will because
it won't.
They really took it easy getting back to the huddle.
Do they know that they're losing?
Well, they just realized right now. This is a team that's not trying to win this game. This is a team just going through the motions.
I wouldn't want to be a coach, Josh Allen. I'll tell you that much. Not only could I, obviously, I'm armchair quarterbacking on my couch. I'm not qualified, but coaching is an insanely difficult thing. I don't think GM would be that difficult. Well, it would be difficult, but if you had a lot of money to spend on like scouting and analytics, I think you could do a better job than the average GM using those types of resources. I feel like GMs, the old school ones go, oh, my gut says this, that, and the other, rather than just choosing unbiasedly. I don't even know if that's a word.
Mickey Hill comparing the debate to wrestling.
It was similar to that, that's for sure.
I mean, you know what plays are supposed to run already. GM would be a crazy job.
I think GM is you just hire people that are good decision makers and good. I would take scouting for me would be almost purely analytical. You're really only going to draft offensive and defensive linemen in the first round as well as quarterbacks. Chances are. Yeah, coaching. I doubt it.
I think that there's a huge gap in the skill of coaches, and I feel like if you were to invest in a team, you'd want to go high in coaches from top to bottom.
Yeah, just find the best coach possible, and offer him a ton of money. There's no salary cap on coaching. You know what I mean? There's no salary cap on front office. Why don't you just spend the money there? Well, it's that John Elway is an example of a hire where, yeah, he obviously has a lot of football experience, but I mean, is that more of like a scratch your back type thing? Is it a favor? I don't even know, right?
Well, it's kind of like this is going to be close to home, but the Canucks drafted Trevor Linden as the team's president. And I remember, I'm never going to forget this because they were showing the draft, and right after the Canucks made their draft pick with Trevor Linden as the president, he was asking them like what kind of player this guy was. And like, we're talking about the 10th overall pick in the draft. You figure the team president would go in knowing a little bit about players in the draft, especially guys that you've highlighted and might want to select. I feel like John Elway's kind of the same way, where it's like the Broncos fans can't be mad. Like he's got a longer grace period than other people for what he does, and I felt like the Canucks did the same thing with Trevor Linden as their team president.
One of my favorite GM jobs was heralded as widely unsuccessful. Sashi Brown of the Browns. Yeah, he built the worst roster, but he also they had the most draft picks over the next 3 years, as well as the most salary cap, right? And then you fire him before he even gets a chance to utilize it. And then they brought a football guy in, John Dorsey. And what did he do? He traded those draft picks for a wide receiver and paid the guy $20 million. Just doesn't, and we got Baker Mayfield with that pick too. That was secured. I don't know. Just wasn't a fan. It's hard to find a QB, though. It's not like he hasn't tried. Yeah, he's old school. I like the GMs I'm into right now. Obviously, is the Browns one, Andrew Berry, Harvard economics guy. That's the style I like. So, who are other guys I thought have done a good job?
Soup's got me laughing, saying John Elway's too long in the tooth.
Yeah. Horse tooth.
You notice the Hayden Hurst mouthguard dangling? It's a guaranteed run play. It was weird. Gurley was just in a a jacket on the sidelines, and it looks like he's going to score here. So I'm not
Sure
sure
is.
why he was on the sidelines for all those plays.
I mean, Drew Lock is something. Maybe Josh Allen. I don't know. Just they haven't had a high enough draft pick. It's good to min max anything. You're either it's good to be the best or the worst, realistically, in the type of draft format they have. Key block by Matt Ryan. There's a chance at a cover here. Only problem is they need a stop from that defense.
Joe Flacco and Blake Bortles. I don't mind if teams draft around and almost like lose on purpose to build their roster up and then bring in a quarterback late. That's really how you get the most out of a team if you wanted to build one over the next 10 years. Like, think about the Raiders. Like, what if the Raiders end up average or whatever, and over the next couple of years they bring in a good quarterback, like a good young quarterback? Like, that's going to be a really dangerous team.
But it's also, too, you can argue that the best draft pick of the last...
It's Russell Wilson. It's not even
Russell
close.
Wilson, right? It's not close, exactly. So, and that's because Seattle had a lot of wiggle room because of the rookie deal he was on. He was only making like 6 figures, Russell Wilson, and he wasn't at the time. He wasn't the best player in the league, but he evolved into that.
Need to pass the /birthday test. Analytics guys would have drafted Bo Callahan. Football guys take Avonte Mack.
Sugi's making a joke in regards to one of the worst movies I've ever seen, which I went to the Vancouver premiere of, Draft Day, starring Kevin Costner.
Bo Callahan is Connor Cook.
Connor Cook played Bo Callahan?
Like, that's who it was based off of.
What's wrong with Connor Cook? He was also a Raider.
Even in fiction, the Browns can't get it right.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the.
It's up there for worst movies I've ever seen.
Again, ESPN has the best graphics when it comes to these.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, I feel bad for Matt Ryan that the only thing he has in his room is a steel chair.
Yeah.
They've got an extra lineman in on this play. As it said, oof, looks like it's a rough week for him.
Yeah. How many times have you watched that movie, Suki? I hope not more than once. It was horrible.
Detroit one time says he's about to be 0-4 in fantasy. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's life.
Thanks to the recommendations from the fat guy, I never saw a draft day either.
Did I mention? I wonder if I mentioned it on stream or something like that. It was so bad. And like, I wish it was funny. Like so bad it's funny. Like one of the, like Birdemic. I would have been content with that, but it wasn't.
You're talking about Birdemic, Shock and Terror?
That's right. Shock and Terror.
I'd rather watch that.
That's like one of your favorite movies, dude.
Look at this Falcons defense. All the players have their hands on their hips. Like,
oh God, man. Could you have less confidence right now in a stop?
Green Bay has to burn a second timeout. Zit said he's really liking our picks for week 5. Most of the numbers seem pretty inflated.
They sure do.
For the first 4 weeks, that's what's going to happen with how teams are
Some of the lines have already moved our way, too. So I was finally starting to get the flow of how the movements are going to go.
That timeout worked in the Falcons' favor, too. It looks like they needed a breath. We haven't put any early bets on. I know there was one that really stood out to the fat guy, but I got a feeling it might be just an error on the site we're checking. Because there was, what was the point swing? 5-11?
Yeah, I wanted a middle.
One of the games, but
my friend in New Jersey said he wasn't able to get it, though. He said they got pulled down on DraftKings, so...
I like your style, Josh. 2nd and 7 for the Packers. This tackling is not great from the Falcons. Like, Jamal Williams just picked up an extra 4 yards because of how late that tackle was. And that's the difference between 3rd and 6 and 3rd and 2. Like, this is relatively easy down for the Packers now at 3rd and 2.
24 for 29, 4 TDs. What a start.
I don't have Rodgers' numbers in front of me, but he has to be in the MVP conversation as well.
Yeah.
Interesting. Rodgers takes the sack to keep the clock moving. Oh, but there's a flag on the play. So is that a flag on the Falcons? So it's an automatic first down for the Packers. It's Carter again, the guy that
same guy
they've been taking advantage of with Tanyan. I didn't see a lot there. That's funny, Mickey.
This is like hard to watch.
It says, I believe Green Bay has the top offense in the NFL. At least that's what Tom Grossi says in almost every video. If the Packers have to air it out. There's teams that are better at it than they are, but this has been an impressive performance tonight against an Atlanta defense that's struggled so far this season.
Would hardly call them the best offense.
But they've got an efficient offense.
Oh, yeah.
3 backs that can run the ball, 3 backs that can, at least 2 backs that can catch the ball. I'm not too sure about Dylan. Rodgers is one of the best quarterbacks in the league still. Their wideouts are weak, though, outside of Devontae Adams.
They have Commandant Lassard and Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Equanimous St. Brown. I don't even know if he's still playing.
The ref just told that guy that he's got to. He said he's got to get off the field because of blood. That was an excellent play by Grady Jarrett.
Well, he's their highest paid defensive player, so they're just taping up the cut.
Makes sense. 2nd and 13. A sack.
They got to stop, maybe.
I was just going to say a sack here would be huge because it puts them out of field goal range, especially with this windy weather. So this 3rd down is quite key. I'd like to see the Falcons be aggressive. Guys have been missing extra points today from 33 yards out. It's going to be pretty unlikely they try anything over 50 yards.
I don't even think that's good enough odds, Mickey and Suki. I think I need 100,000 to 1 to bet on them to win the Super Bowl. Man, they're so light on that.
Yeah, of course the Falcons are way too far off. It's going to be a 46, 47-yard attempt from here. And
I can't say. I don't know Baker Mayfield or Odell. I don't know. It's not. I don't think Odell fits the Browns schematically. Not in the previous regime or this one.
So they're lining up for this 48-yard field goal. The commentator curses 24 consecutive field goals made. And this looks good from Crosby. That's quite the kick.
Backdoor nailed shot, perhaps.
Depends on the line you have. It's a 14-point game. There's 5:55 left. 3 timeouts for the Falcons. There's still a chance that we could get that middling play that Jackson had. I don't think
Jackson actually has a good shot at it.
I don't think the Jets it's worth taking at any
what
future
price
bets.
though? There's always a price. What price would it be for you?
I'd have to break it down, but it's just so unlikely that they do anything this year.
Win the Super Bowl for me is 100,000 to 1.
Yeah, which is you're not going to get those odds anywhere.
I don't know. Maybe there's some rich clown out there that's listening. You put up 100K, I'll put up $10. Or sorry, you put up $1 million, I put up $10. Whoops, almost cursed myself. Oh, and this is how you get your money back, Big Rye. Every game because they pretty much have to win out, you hedge. You bet the money line. And you use a martingale system. There you go. I just broke it. I broke it. So that means all the next game, they're Cardinals. Cardinals are what, 7.5-point favorites? So I'll bet like $27 to win 10. There you go.
I think next year
I'm free rolling.
I think next year we have to do that with the survivor pools.
Yeah, they're not for enough money. Like, I guess what does it matter? If
you can get a team at like plus 500 to win, You might as well just pick the most popular team and put $10 on that game.
Cardinals bet down to something's going on there. I don't know how, like, yeah, smart money on the Jets. Is there such a thing?
Yeah, people are hammering the Jets, so I think you can get them at 7 at Pinnacle right now. It's not bad, but I don't think anyone's running to bet the Jets right now. Well, someone did, so.
Maybe Fred Kosika dumped his New York wad on him.
In more ways than one. Oh, they're showing Rodgers kind of stepped funny on that sack. Might have hyperextended his knee. Jets play Arizona. Somehow the Falcons still aren't out of this game.
Not completely. Cover is, it's tough. They need a quick touchdown here, more or less. Zacchaeus eating up Big Rise Russell Gage.
That's fine. I haven't even seen Gage on the field very much over the second half. I find it funny that they've been using play action this whole second half, and it's actually kind of worked for them.
But, like, that doesn't even make sense. You know what I always thought was bizarre? When Peyton Manning was playing, why wouldn't you just sell out on play action? You know what I mean? He's a guy, like, if you popped him good, that would be it. So why not? This is the days when you could actually hit a quarterback. Why not just sell out, like, and if you're wrong, take the penalty. You know what I mean? And if you're right, chances are you got an injury fumble.
Yeah.
Like, he's a statue. He's not going to get out of the way. You're going to get a clean lick.
I like the line from Zitvono. If you switch the scores, I would definitely say the Packers have a chance.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like the Falcons should just try to score 50 points every game.
I'm pretty sure they do that, Big Rye. They're just not successful. But if you mean be more aggressive, sure, but only good teams are really aggressive.
$5.38 puts the Cardinals at 3-point favorites. That does seem low. I wonder what the home field advantage is like on $5.38 right now. I haven't been following along with their projections, but that would be the most interesting thing I'd find. They actually have the Giants rated worse than the Jets, according to Elo. Jets are tied with the Jags. And they've got the Cardinals at below average.
fake crowd noise cheering for Redmond as he comes off the field. Is there a flag? Nope.
Mickey said road teams are 58%. Are like 58% against the spread this year.
The road teams were good last year too.
So we're going to get a 4th down play from the Falcons.
This is getting ever more difficult.
Mike Pence at 66-1 to win the election might be a play to keep an eye on.
I don't think so. I don't even think that's how it works.
And a
close one.
Drop in the end zone from Ridley. It has not been his night. That was just a tremendous play on defense.
Amos, a former Bear. I thought Trump recovered. Either way. This is another lackluster game from Atlanta. Jeez. Oh, he missed it. Man, that's tough. I just saw the replay on that pass. Yeah, who knows what that means, Ivano? That's true. For me, it was nothing, coronavirus. It wasn't a big deal, but, I'm also not 75 or whatever. Yeah, they're playing. There's 35 Zaps. There's a practice squad player. Like, he's just getting torched every play. A-Rod using his feet as a weapon. Oh yeah, he's totally overweight too. Yeah, it's absolutely a risk factor. Not that I deal with it from time to time, from what I understand.
3rd and 1 for the Packers. Falcons only have 1 timeout left. So if they don't get a stop here, this game is pretty much over. They
is
go
it
play
Sternberg or is it
action.
Tanyan?
I think it's Tanyan.
What a game. Career game for Robert Tanyan.
I don't know why the clock stopped because the Falcons, I'm
Suki, I'm
assuming,
not
took a
exactly
timeout.
playing games. The moniker says fat guy in it.
Hopefully Dan Quinn's time in Atlanta is the same. So this will be a running play that should get them under 240. And then one more first down ends this game.
I mean, maybe, Zaps. They got Adams' production out of Robert Tonyan today, oddly enough.
So this is going to take us to the 2-minute warning. It's going to be 3rd and long. If the Falcons get a stop, they're going to get the ball back for a chance to at least cover the 7.5. The Packers are 5-0 without Devontae Adams. Whatever you want to make of that.
Yeah.
I wonder what the Bengals record is without A.J. Green. Do you think A.J. Green would have made a big difference?
They would have won 3 games? Not even. He is the wimpiest guy.
A big winner during the pandemic is online casinos.
It has to be. I don't see how it wouldn't be. I don't know if I agree with that, Zivono.
I was just interested to see what they have it at. So -2, that's still like 4 points. Like 4 percentage points for home teams. For 538.
This is the issue. This is the issue I have with home field advantage being points, is it doesn't make sense. Because of, okay, if you're adding it at the end of the equation, like 2 points when they're even, or sorry, okay, say someone's a 1.5 points better than one team, and you add 2 points, that 2 points is now going to be so much more valuable than 2 points if you added to a team that's, say, 11 points, 11 points difference. You see what I mean? It should be a win probability added, and it should be something like in the neighborhood of 3%. That would be my guess, right? Because 2 points, it matters. 2 points is different because it's not a linear graph, right? Or it's not a straight line graph. It's a weird mountainous graph. If you're to graph a win probability based on points, so the 2 points, it matters what key numbers it glosses over. Oddly enough, 2 points would be less valuable at -4 than it would be at -2.5, which doesn't even make sense.
Well, if that's the case, and the Cardinals are 3-point favorites, and the Jets have 2 points at home, then the Cardinals would really be 5 points better.
Yeah, but I mean, it should be just a cold number, right? Like what's their win percentage, win probability? Because if you convert it, it's not fair from every matchup.
So it looks like the Falcons, well, depending on what the Packers do here, they're going to get the ball back.
I'm hoping for Jackson Littlewood that we're able to get a middling play for him. That was nothing. Yeah, they kind of that stuff bugs me. I remember my sister's soccer coach was telling me how good of a coach Pep Guardiola was, the head coach of Manchester City, and how he turned Manchester City into a world leading franchise. And then I had to point out to her that he spent $2.1 billion on players. That doesn't impress me. You better be a top 5 soccer team if you spend 2.1 billion on players in 2 years. So Yankees aren't quite as bad, but they fall in that category. Well, no, no. Okay, here's let me find the chart.
You're talking about passing key numbers. That's what you're talking about, fat guy.
Yes, so I'm talking about pass. A percentage is a percentage, regardless. But the percentage isn't equal when you add home field as like a finishing touch. Here, let me find what I'm speaking of.
Well, 2 points is 4.1%. 2.5 points is 7.8, and 3 points is 60.
Yeah, but where are you calculating those from? You
Just
know what I
how
mean?
often a game finishes at 2 points, how often a game finishes at 2.5,
Yeah, you're
3.
starting from a 0 point baseline. Do you get it? If you start from a different place, it's worth more, right?
Well, like if you go from 2 to 4, it's 9%, and if you go from 7 to 9, it's 3%.
Yeah. So which is it? Like, why? Who's to say starting from zero is? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Well, you start from 0 if they're even teams.
yeah, but it doesn't make any sense if like home field shouldn't change based on your opponent. I gotta find that chart. What's it under? The one I made?
Uh, if you go to the 2020 MyFanalytics template, it's under spread formula.
Okay, thank you. I read a book called Sharper by a guy named Poker Joe. That was his name who wrote it, or the moniker he used. And I wrote out to him, and he never responded because I challenged him on that.
Thanks, Mickey. I haven't broken down the numbers.
Shoot, that's not how I wanted it to come out, but that's how it came out. Okay, so here's a that doesn't look clean. I'll try and figure it out. That's how it's going to come out. So the points is on the left, and then the win probability is on the right. So my point is, if you went from what 2.5 is 57.8% to 3.5, which is 62.773, which is what that's 5%. So that's just 1 point. So if you went 2.5 to 4.5, that'd be to 64. So it's 57.8. So what are we talking here? 7.1%. Like that 2 points. Like if you added it to a team that was 2.5 points better, the home field, somehow it'd be worth more win probability, which doesn't make any sense. Yeah, exactly. Like that's why it should never be in. I think it's an industry mistake, and that's something I wrote about and I've been writing about in the book at least. Is that it should just be a straight line win probability, because it shouldn't. Because think about it, depending on who, because you add it as the icing on the cake. Depending on who you play, those 2 points will be worth more or less, depending on where the matchup is on the numbers. It doesn't make any sense. It should be, if your home field is 7%, it should be the same way whether you're playing the Packers or the Eagles, right? Obviously, 7% is too much. I think it's like 2.8 would be my guess, right? This is all stuff we have to lab still. Well, this game's done.
That play didn't even make sense, what they just did.
I don't even get it. Yeah. I haven't even been paying attention because it's just so, how do you even watch this? He's out there high-fiving. Was he saying goodbye? Arthur Blank already sent him a pink slip by telegram. He really is acting like this is my last game. I think it should just be the same, Zit. I don't think it matters. Like, okay, I don't think it matters. Your home field should be the advantage that you gain, right? Regardless. I don't think it should be dynamic, right? I think it should be straight line. And if you do it the way that it's added in like 538, oh, it's worth 2 points, but the 2 point, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Anyways, you guys can say someone needs to prove me wrong, because this is something I've been taking a hard line on.
Well, I don't think anyone's arguing that home field advantage changes based on opponent.
Yeah. All right, Mickey, I'll catch you later.
Catch you later,
Always
Mickey.
a pleasure.
Have a good night. Let me update the leaderboard. So the Packers cover at 7.5. We move to 6 and 9.
That's an interesting argument, Zit. Your home field depends on the opponent. Oh. See, this is one of those things. Yeah, but then the 2 point is arbitrary then. Right? It should still be converted to win probability. He's got a good argument, though. 90, you don't have, yeah. Of course, he's using an example that's never happened, but it's still in theory.
Well, there's never been a team that's won by more than 59 points in a game, so that's where
there you go.
I limit out on percentages.
The one thing though, Big Rye, is then you could call this just because a team hasn't won by 59. It's a black swan, right? Like, that doesn't mean the parameter is 59. That's what we set it at. Because don't forget, the numbers I gave you are estimates extrapolated from results, right? So these could be off by I would say at most like 0.6%. From a brain guesstimation, because in theory a team could win by 200, right? So I don't know. This is I thank you for at least challenging it. I needed that. I gotta hit the road though, big guy, and all the viewers.
All right, you guys. Everybody have a good night. We'll catch you guys later.
37. I completely agree. Zipfono, don't forget this. Please don't forget this. I want to continue this conversation. So I actually have to go, but I want to continue this. Because yes, 59 has just been the maximum, but that isn't the max, win or loss. Anyways, it's very good. I'll catch you next time. Please don't forget.